under siege.
I'm here, but I'm not going to be here for long, Chair. That's why I came in, because we've got a physical Chief Whips forum today here at S12A.
Okay.
So I have to run there 10 to 10 and come back after that.
No, as long as you will be coming, we'll note your apology.
I was there now. The thing Shlengwa is there.
No, Chief Whips forum.
Chief Whips forum, person. Honorable Weber, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Hope you are all well.
We are all good after a long weekend. It one, but there wasn't much traveling in Gauteng. It was better than others. Morning, Honorable Bryant.
Morning, Chairperson.
Good morning. Honorable Dise, good morning.
And Chairperson, Bovwani.
Honorable Gancho, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone.
Honorable Mbata, good morning.
Good morning, Chair, and morning, everyone.
Honorable Phillips, good morning.
Morning, Chair. Apologies, I've got load shedding, so my connection is not stable this morning.
This is our life. We must just need to adapt and live with it. Okay, I was doing that to also register your attendance, colleagues. Thanks for coming as always. We've never had an issue of quorum in this committee. The level of a commitment from the committee is so inspiring. Then we can see the agenda for the day on the screen so that we can move with its adoption. Then we can start with our meeting. I believe this agenda was shared with your colleagues beforehand. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the agenda? I'm trying to look for the hand. Mover and seconder. Honorable person, you are moving.
I move for adoption.
Chairperson, okay, I will send the move for adoption of the agenda.
You seconding because already Honorable Singh has moved. Can we say record you are seconding for the adoption of the agenda, Honorable person?
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you so much, colleagues. The agenda then does get adopted. I've got the following apologies before I welcome our guests. Minister Chrissy, Deputy Minister Sochu, and DG Shabalala. They are not in the meeting today. They are appearing before the Standing Committee on Appropriations. You know, this department is one of the culprit in terms of underspending, Honorable Singh. I should think they should be, yeah.
Indeed. They must sort them out.
Yeah, that's the issue. Then, but there's a delegation that is coming from the department that is fully representative. We've got the Acting Director General in our midst, Mr. Tlaura Maru, who's the leader of the delegation this morning. And then we have the Chief Director for Climate Change and Equality, Mr. Witty. And then we've got the Director for Quality Management, it's Mr. Sinene. And then also the Chief Director Legal Reform, Ms. Harlip, including the Director Law Reform, Mr. Kovese. And then the Chief of Staff in the Deputy Minister's Office is here. And then also the Director in the Office of the Director General is here, including the PLOs for the Minister and the Deputy Minister, including the Mr. Nicholas, who's also the Support Office of the Minister. Yeah, there's a sizable delegation coming from the department. Thank you so much, Mr. Klo, Klo Ramaro leading the delegation for coming with this whole team. And then in our agenda, we have got the following guests. The Legal Resource Center is represented by Ms. Tepin. I think you'll see their faces and when they present. And then the WWF is represented by Mr. Rela, including Ms. Naidu. And then the EMS Foundation and the Wildland Institution then is represented by Mr. Pickover and Mr. C. Kalinen. And then we have including Ms. Leham Grube, including Ms. Carr. And then the Working on Fire, we have Mr. Trevor Abrahams, also with Mr. L. Rensbeck. Then we've got the colleagues from ESCOM, we've got Ms. Downs, we have Mr. Mbunelo, we have Ms. Matumela. Then Sasol is also represented by Ms. Sakiti, Mr. Ramawa, and Ms. Harrington. We also have a guest from the CSIR, Ms. Hendricks, our parliamentary legal advisor, Ms. Duncan, and our senior state law advisor, Ms. Breda, in our midst. I want to welcome all of you, our guests, to this meeting. And then colleagues will recall, as I said, this is our second meeting on the climate change bill. We had the first meeting on the 7th of September, where one remarks that climate change is transforming our lives in an alarming and unimaginable ways. And then we mentioned the issue of drought, heat waves, the erratic rains, and the recent catastrophic floods that happen in the KZN province. And then all of them, when you look at these issues, they are widely considered as climate-induced. And when they do so, they touch a lot of South Africans. So and then the issue at end now, in terms of this bill that we're trying to process, it requires us to focus more clearly on the benefits of early actions, which South Africans think is long overdue. And then if you go through the preamble of the bill, you'll see that it says it's going to contribute to increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events. It will also affect, amongst other things, human health, access to food and water, biodiversity, habitats and ecosystem, the coast and the coastal infrastructure, and human settlement. Colleagues, you then also recall that we have implemented climate action using a myriad of tools that sit in different government departments, with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment coordinating all those various actions. And then this approach has increasingly become inefficient. It is therefore in this regard that our government thought it is wise to initiate the process of formulating a law especially dedicated to climate change. Then I've indicated in our meeting on the 7th that we've already received 13,200 submissions from individuals and organizations in response to the advert that we solicited the inputs from South Africans on climate change bill. Although for now, our team is busy. We don't actually know the details of those submissions, some of them, because you can see it's a lot of them. We've got good reason to believe that these submissions and the inputs can be useful. And then that's why also we are going to consider what is before us today. Having said that, I want to welcome all of you, our presenters for the day. One always say that at the end of the day, whatever you present, because majority of you are experts in the field, as this collective, we get empowered time and again. There are new things that we always learn, and then feel free to share whatever you have at your disposal with us. then I do welcome all of you. And then we then need to move to the Legal Resource Center to be the first one that present. I think we'll take 2 presentations at a time, then interrogate them, and discuss them, then so that we don't miss some critical issues. Can I hand over to Ms. Tepin to then start with the presentation? Over to you, Ms. Tepin.
Good morning, Chair. I just wanted to find out the presentation. Will the Chair share the presentation, or do I need to share my screen?
Chileka, didn't you give them the sharing rights?
Yes, Chair, I did, and I have load shedding, so I'm going to be in and out of the platform. All the presenters have sharing rights.
Can you then share, Ms. Tepin?
Yes, Chair. If everybody will just bear with me, it's been a while since I've used Zoom.
There you go. You're coming
Okay.
right.
Great. Are you all able to see my presentation? Thank you. Okay. So, formally, good morning, Chair, members of Parliament, and colleagues. I'm from the Legal Resources Centre, and these oral submissions, I wish to place on record that we have submitted detailed written submissions and that both submissions be considered by the Portfolio Committee when making their considerations. So firstly, who we are. We are the Legal Resources Centre, and our interest in the matter is we are one of the oldest public interest law clinics in South Africa. We provide free legal service for vulnerable individuals, communities, and we are committed to ensuring that the principles, rights, responsibilities around or enshrined within our South African Constitution is upheld and protected. We do work with marginalized communities in order to ensure that they are able to assert their constitutional rights. Okay, as the Chair had previously mentioned, that climate change is affecting South Africa, and the examples provided are the recent floods within KwaZulu-Natal and the drought experience within our various provinces. Climate change is attributed directly towards human activity and the manner in which it alters the composition of our global atmosphere. According to the United Nations, Africa will be worst affected by climate change. This is due to our limited adaptive capacity and our inability to mitigate climate change measures. This is mostly or due to the poverty experienced within Africa. As the Legal Resources Centre, we do welcome the climate change bill, although admittedly not without its flaws, but we do welcome the response to climate change. South Africa is the world's 14th largest emitter of greenhouse gases, and this is as a result of our reliance on fossil fuels. In this presentation, there will be 7 points of discussion that I will discuss. So, of course, being South Africa's international commitment, the just transition, climate change, finance and corruption, the climate change goals and principles that need to be included, policy alignment, institutional arrangements, the role of local government, and importantly, public participation. In terms of South Africa's international commitments, the United Nations Framework on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement are instruments that South Africa are both signatories to. So both of these instruments address dangerous greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere that seek to put measures in place that will mitigate the harm around climate change. The United Nations framework promotes education, training, and public awareness and encourages public participation around climate change. So, and the Paris Agreement, very importantly, requires South Africa to prepare and communicate and maintain successive nationally determined contributions that it intends to achieve. The subsequent NDCs, which are the nationally determined contributions, must represent progression beyond the current NDC. So in terms of the Paris Agreement, South Africa is under an obligation to report the NDCs every 5 years. The importance of this is that it holds states accountable. It also shows continued strengthening in reducing greenhouse gas transmissions, and it also shows the country's response to climate change. The Paris Agreement, also before I move on, the importance is that the signatories to it need to strengthen their institutions. In order to do this, they need to ensure that there's relevant scientific information, research, decisions around climate change, and these decisions, of course, there needs to be public participation. So one of the noticeable shortcomings of the climate change bill is that there's no specific clause in the bill that provides for South Africa to report on the NDCs. So this is a huge shortcoming problem that the bill has. Also, in our view, that the bill fails to adequately address training and education, which is required by the Paris Agreement. And we are of the view that the bill needs to be amended to include these aspects. Moving on to the just transition, the bill provides in the definition that the just transition is a shift towards a low carbon, climate resilient economy and society, and ecologically sustainable economies and societies which contribute towards the creation of decent work for all, social inclusion, and the eradication of poverty. So with this, what it would require is that there needs to be, our energy systems needs to be based on renewables such as wind and solar. The green economy will open the job market, and the bill needs to place more of an emphasis on the implementation of a just transition. So under the just transition, I will talk about the oil and gas exploration along South Africa's coast. So the International Energy Agency has stated that we are no longer able to explore the possibility of new oil and gas fields if we wish to limit our global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change has also supports that new exploration and extraction of fossil fuels will lead to the inability of a country to meet their commitments under the Paris Agreement. Gas is often viewed as a transitional fuel, But the high prices of gas, and what we have noted is that the decreasing cost of renewables, gas is no longer viewed as a bridge towards transition. The motivation for a just transition to renewables is the destabilizing that we see oil and gas play within the international politics. We need energy security. Renewable energy needs to be at the forefront of the discussion around the just transition, and we submit that the bill needs to take cognizance of this fact. The next point that I wish to discuss is climate change finance and corruption. So the National Climate Change Response White Paper provides that there needs to be finance policy coordination. And what we have noted is that the bill, currently in its current form, lacks a climate finance framework. Given the international funding that South Africa has and will continue to receive around climate change, the finance framework becomes imperative. The LRC supports economic modeling and climate classification tagging in the budget for tracking climate-related expenditure. There needs to be transparent management, and fiduciary standards need to be met before the approved funds are accessed by various departments of government. Transparency International records states that the main factor driving corruption is the lack of transparency, lack of engagement, and limited accountability. We submit that the silence that the bill has around the finance framework opens South Africa, or opens the door to corruption around the climate change funding. And this needs to be addressed. And the next important factor that I wish to discuss are the climate change principles. So it is welcomed, and we do note that in the climate change bill, the polluter pays principle, in particular clause 3J of the bill, it is noted. And this is also in line with section 28 of NEMA that gives effect to this principle. But we do recommend that the polluter pays principle needs an implementation mechanism to allow for a party to be held liable should they not comply with the greenhouse gas mitigation plan. In South Africa, abandoned mines abandoned mines release greenhouse gas, which is and the operating mines, which is equivalent to 4.3 million tons of carbon dioxide a year. And they abandoned mines that also submit methane, which is 25 times the global warming which has 25 times the global warming potency of carbon dioxide. The Legal Resources Center, we have litigation experience where we are currently trying to hold the Minto company group liable for the rehabilitation cost of abandoned mines, which currently we estimate the cost to be 460 million rand. So we submit that there needs to be an implementation mechanism around the polluter pays principle. Another principle that needs to be included in the climate change bill is the cumulative effect principle. This is where cumulative impact decisions that the decision maker makes, they need to take into account the cumulative impact that a small decision, which is viewed as socially acceptable, but they also need to take what is called the tyranny of small decisions, meaning that each individual development, when assessed on its own, will produce socially impact environmental status. However, the effects of numerous single development decisions when combined, that cumulative impact needs to be considered.
Cumulative. It's cumulative.
Sorry, I need a glass of water. I'm trying to rush through this. Thank you. Cumulative. Okay. Another thing with the bill is the policy alignment and institutional arrangement. The bill calls for alignment and coordination within the national, provincial, and local departments of government. This, of course, creates a bureaucratic system and places great responsibilities on the municipality and the provincial government to assess the climate change needs and also in order to implement the climate change plan. One of the criticisms that we have is that it's not clear on how policies will be aligned from national to provincial and local government, and also it isn't clear on how there will be implementation between the various national departments. The bill appears, as I have said, to be extremely bureaucratic. And a huge concern is that most local governments lack the knowledge, skills to address these challenges with climate change. This, of course, then brings us to look closer at the role of local government. Municipalities are not adequately equipped to meet the huge obligation placed on them in terms of the bill. While we support that local government is an essential partner to the response to climate change, we submit that their institution needs to first be strengthened. And what we have put up in our presentation is just some of the statistics around the municipalities within South Africa, in that only 27 of the 257 municipalities have received a clean audit in 2019 to 2020. And this, of course, then would tie in with the climate change framework, where we have called that there needs to be more accountability. So, yeah, a huge concern, as I've said, is that the local structures in South Africa lack capacity to comply with the obligations around the climate change response. And importantly, and this has been the issue around much of the litigation that the Legal Resources Centre has been involved in, and is public participation, which in our view and as the case law has put forward, is that it can no longer just be considered a tick box exercise. According to the UN Permanent Forum, Indigenous people are the first to be affected, or will be the first to be affected by climate change. So we submit that the climate change bill, there needs to be consultation also with the traditional and Khoisan communities. They need to be involved in the public participation process. Sorry. Okay, so the African Commission in 2012 has set out the necessary measures for public participation, and that it confirms that all necessary measures must be taken by the state to ensure participation, including the free, prior, and informed consent of communities in decision-making related to natural resource governance. Importantly, and very recently, is a case where the Legal Resources Centre had prevented sustaining the wildlife coast, and others versus the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy. And in this case, the applicants were successful as the case highlighted the importance of public participation. The relevant communities in this instance were not consulted on the impact that the exploration would have on their livelihoods, culture, and heritage. And that decision to grant shall the exploration rights, the court has since reviewed and set aside. So public participation, what we as the LRC submit in terms of the climate change bill, and also specifically clause 9 as stated in the bill, we are of the view that it is inadequate in that local communities, grassroots organizations, and the public need to be included in the forums at provincial and municipal levels for the effective, transparent, accountable, and coherent government as contained in Section 41 of our South African Constitution. So in conclusion, again, South Africa, we are bound by our Constitution, and specifically Section 24, which is contained in the Bill of Rights, provides us with the right to have an environment that is protected for the benefit of the present and the future generations. Section 24 places the obligation on the state to uphold our environmental rights. This is done through both legislative means and also, as we stated, ratifying international treaties that seek to address protection of the earth. The bill, again, not without its flaws, but the Legal Resources Centre does welcome this measure, which is a response to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chapin, for the presentation with all your inputs and submissions. Cumulative, so says honorable person.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, tongue-tied, cumulative. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Riela, are you ready to share your presentation and then proceed? Welcome again.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you everybody for having us here. We did also provide written submissions, which we would hope you consider, but of course, I think a high-level overview is probably more useful in this instance. So let me just share my screen for you. Can everybody see that?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So thank you for the time as well. I will anticipate not to take a full half hour of your time. I know it's very valuable. And I think I would also just like to commend the LRC for a very useful presentation. I think a lot of what they've said we would like to support, and in many instances I would reiterate it, so I'll be brief where we're covering old ground. I just wanted to quickly do a little bit of a contextual thing, and I know everybody here is very conversant with the issue of climate change. But one of the big things that we need to bear in mind constantly with this process is the actual urgency of undertaking it. So congratulations, everybody, for ensuring this bill is before Parliament today. It's the critical element of our planning for the future. It's essential for our mainstreaming climate action through the developmental processes, and it's good to see it moving forward. But I also want to urge that we don't delay. My colleagues from COSATU made a statement on the previous presentations. And I think we'd like to just reiterate that if Parliament were to have to choose between delay of another year to perfect the bill, and it's not without flaws, but it is definitely good, and passing it today, we would strongly support this COSATU submission. The bill is passed with speed. We can iron out specific issues later, but some of the implementation has to hit the road. And I think just this the quote from the Secretary General of the United Nations, it seems kind of hyperbolic, if you like, but it's not. Our developmental goals in South Africa are not achievable without this integration of climate adaptation and mitigation across all sectors and government departments, and this is the tool for it. So we need to see it happening. But also, when we consider the scale of the risk, we need to make sure that our action is bold. And so I think one of the principles that's articulated at the front, principle 3, talks about a risk-averse and cautious approach to be adopted, taking into account the limits of current knowledge about the causes and effects of climate change. And we would really like to change that. I think we need to have a risk-averse, certainly, and a bold approach. And we need to consider much broader risks than just the risks of implementation, but also the risks of non-implementation. And we need to take into account not the limits, but the extent of current knowledge. These latest IPCC reports give very detailed sort of lists of the likely impacts. They quantify them, and we have very high certainty for very many of them. And included in those is sort of the risk of delay in implementation. So if we just have a quick look at how long it's taken us to get through this process of the climate change bill, and I think, you know, it was the first time that it got seen was in 2018, actually, by the public. It was the first possibility for interaction, and then it went through NEDLAC. This is only the second time, 4 years later, that there's been public inputs, and that's, I know, is not a particularly long time for legislation. But what we also know is that as it's written, we're only going to be implementing our adaptation plans another 5 years after it's promulgated. So that means that we could be very close to 2030 at that point. And we know also that the scientific evidence is that at least there's a very good chance that one of the next 5 years will be the first year that we pass 1.5 degrees, even if only temporarily. But that the globe will be passing that point certainly within the next 15 years or so. So this diagram here from the IPCC is very pertinent. And it's about planning for a future. You know, up here we have this a climate resilient future that supports human well-being. And down here we have kind of what will happen if we fail to adapt. And this is where we are now. If we've already missed each of these little points is a point of interaction where you can make a decision. And if you make the correct decision, then we can maintain on this upwards trajectory. But you'll see that once we've missed a point, as we have in the past, we have no options to get to this high end. And this is very critical for adaptation. A lot of adaptation action has to be done sooner rather than later. And if you start it later, it actually won't be efficacious. We'll have missed the boat for many of those. And so this is why it's so critical that these delays not be done. So I want to talk a little about the governance. I think, you know, we've noted the deprecation of the MCCC in the bill and the explicit role for the Presidential Climate Commission. And I think that is very, very useful and very important. I think also the administration of climate change acts in different countries already gives us some insights into the effective means of implementing the bill. And whilst we welcome the role of the PCC, the functions of it as an advisory body, as articulated, are not quite adequate to the needs of this mainstreaming, as our colleague from the LRC just said. It's not going to necessarily adequately fulfill those objectives. So, I mean, if you think about those international examples and the South African context, what has become clear is there are essentially two different entities that are critical for making this happen. The first is an independent scientific advisory body that can provide guidance based on both the latest climate science, including economic, energy, industrial drivers and responses, and can take targeted research in the local context to inform action. And that independent body will provide the information that enables us to really take action. And then the second one is this climate change authority, mandated somehow as a statutory body to undertake the reviews and recommend action to enable the just transition. Now, this is the role that the PCC is envisaged for. It would need to undertake regular reviews of key mitigation adaptation policies and measures and successive NDCs to make sure that they are improved in line with our commitments in the international law. And it should be mandated by law to review the socio-economic impacts of climate action, include recommendations on how the just transition be ensured, and make recommendations on that basis. And then the government would need to have very good reasons not to follow the recommendations of this. I'm not saying that it would, the recommendations would be law, but given the basis for their establishment, there would need to be very good reasons not to undertake them. So there is still there is obviously a gap for the scientific independent body, and we still need some strengthening of the role of PCC to fulfill this mandate. And I know the PCC has made recommendations in that light as well. We also believe this requirement for consensus building for consensus on the determination of sectoral targets is inadvisable. So it is necessary that the minister consults and obtains best possible information from line ministries. But ultimately, the decision-making must be delegated to the minister in line with the requirements of the Act. And I think that's otherwise we may not be able to actually achieve those mitigation and adaptation objectives. And finally, we're very happy to see this role articulated for local government, but we need to still have more clarity on the roles, resourcing and reporting for the structures. And we also need to make sure that we have clarity on the implementation of this public consultation process, which I'll dip into a little bit later. So one of the critical elements about some of the data that gets gathered is that we need to have transparency on carbon budgets, on sectoral targets, and on MRV. Now, as it stands, the bill says, subject to the requirements of PIA and POPIA, that the minister can make available this information. And I think that the provisions of PIA notwithstanding, it's been shown that it can be challenging to obtain information from government entities. And I think this is not necessarily because departments are being obfuscatory. It's literally because the onus of providing information on a pro rata request basis is often beyond the capacity of those departments. And so they can't actually fulfill that role. Now, we recognize that some of the information may not be available due to commercial sensitivity, but that's a very limited proportion of the carbon budgets, the sectoral targets, and indeed of the monitoring reporting, so the actual reporting of those emissions. So in the main, those sorts of concerns can be circumvented through some level of aggregation. So the bill should enjoin the minister to disclose allocated carbon budgets and allocations and the outcomes of the MRV in the same way that other company information has to be publicly disclosed. That conforms with good governance requirements under law. It allows independent assessment, and it's in the national interest. And if all companies' budgets are disclosed, it levels the playing field. It doesn't run afoul of competitiveness concerns. And I think perhaps by making it available through a public platform and website or something like that, the onus on the department to fulfill this role on a subject by subject basis is alleviated and make it easier to do. I think, and then also WWF is very encouraged by the strong commitment to public consultation in the bill as articulated. And since it's a cross-cutting issue that affects all sectors of society and our developmental agenda, it's essential that an informed public be part of the process. Now, Afrobarometer has done surveys of understandings of climate change implications across Africa. And it turns out that South Africa is has amongst the least informed public on matters of climate change, which is obviously of concern. So we would recommend that part of this public consultation process must also include education regarding the drivers, the consequences, and the means of addressing climate change. And to that end, we strongly urge that the Ministry of Education be included amongst the relevant ministries in the bill. And it's also obviously important to clarify how the bill anticipates the public consultation would be undertaken. I know there's a strong role for local government and local municipal structures to carry out the role, but not enough clarity on how they would be funded and how local communities will be included in the conversation. On the issue of carbon budgets and sectoral emission targets, I think they're very essential tools, but they need a little strengthening. So SETs are supposed to be drawn up to consider, as it says written in the bill, the costs of implementation, and this is responsible fiscal policy. But we would urge that the costs of the failure to implement actions also be considered in the baseline. That's the cost of the externalities localized. And for reference, the recent study has showed that just the developmental costs of climate change translate to about $185 per ton of carbon. So there are very significant costs to failure to implement that also will be must be borne in mind. I think we also obviously need to consider the urgency of achieving those goals. Action now is much more valuable than action later, particularly given we're passing this point at which the natural environment's capacity to remove carbon dioxide is reduced. So for each ton that we put out now, less of it will be removed by the natural environment, which means more of it goes into the atmosphere. And so mitigation becomes more challenging. I've already touched on that provision for ministerial consultation. We think that the minister must consult with line departments, but the decision on targets must be the minister's alone. And we also recommend that where we have these relevant ministries that are part of it, that there is a regular meeting process, be it biannual or annual, for checking up on process and implementation and reporting. In terms of the national greenhouse gas inventory, the bill specifies that the inventory must be reviewed every 5 years, and we strongly urge that review also be changed to strengthened in line with our commitments under international legislation, but also in line with the principles of the bill, which calls for incremental improvement and action. And then finally, on the issue of budgets, previously the 2018 bill said that budgets could be revised under application under exceptional circumstances. This has now been changed to prescribed circumstances. And I think there must be clarity on those prescribed circumstances. And there is definitely a risk here that the administrative overload of regular and large volumes of applications for budget revisions will overwhelm the department. So I think budget allocations must be considered to be binding, except for under very specific and limited circumstances, and that should be clarified. And then also the budgets must align with the national trajectory that is laid out in the bill, but it also says that it's not necessarily, obviously the budgets must not add up necessarily to the trajectory, and I think that is correct. But what WWF would also recommend is that we consider that they should always be less than the national trajectory, considering that the budgets do not cover all emissions within the economy, and that also a specific carve-out must be required for additional new entrants, new businesses and industries coming online as we go through the transition. We have these low carbon industries coming online. I think the CER last week made articulated some concerns about the efficacy of the penalties. And we did previously and under the submission. I think that the NEMA requirements or the NEMA cap of 10 million rand is essentially very weak. When you consider that under a carbon tax, obligations may be in the billions of rands for some companies, a 10 million rand fine is negligible. And so we would strongly recommend that these penalties be considered in line with turnover, or that there be an additional administrative penalty possibly aligned with the proper carbon price for each ton that we exceed budgets, and something like that. There certainly is provision for that. We've also made previous submissions that the carbon budgets and carbon tax are very different instruments, and we have a legal opinion which we have shared with the department regarding this. Essentially, a carbon tax is applied to all emissions across the economy, and it's a tool for reorienting the economy as a whole. Budgets, however, are specific allocations of emissions to companies that they must stick within. So even where you have a budget, the carbon tax will incentivize a reduction in emissions, and this is how budgets can be tightened over time. And so there is definitely provision for administrative penalties on exceedance of the budget, as opposed to just the carbon tax. And so the carbon tax needs to be applied to all emissions. And then for exceedance of budgets, there must be an additional administrative tax. And we urge you to consider the potential for removal of license to operate in certain conditions where we have multiple infractions of the bill. Okay, I think it has been said a number of times that we need to ensure that we have long-term commitments within the bill. Now, I know that given its legislation, that to allocate specific targets in line with the Paris Agreement or NDC commitments is challenging because those will be moving targets. But I think the principles of ensuring that we articulate a regular improvement are there in the bill. So we would recommend, at least in a sort of a schedule, that we specifically articulate those Paris Agreement targets, that is to 1.5 degrees or to 2 degrees, with all efforts to 1.5 degrees, because this is a necessary piece of ambition for South Africa. And I think we need to consider those endpoints as well, like when we're hoping to achieve them. And those schedules can be revised and improved, but they need to be there so that we have specific target setting within the legislation. We have already committed to fair and ambitious action, and I think that is valuable. And we also need to consider within the bill, how do we think about fairness within the costs of mitigation and adaptation within the country. We have the common but differentiated rights in respect of capabilities at the UNFCCC. We need to see that articulated here as well, where even within our country, we have very different responsibilities and very different capacities at household, company level to shoulder these costs. We have also proposed a section so firstly, we agree very strongly with the Kigali Amendment section, and we've proposed an additional one that articulates a similar trajectory for fossil fuels. Now, obviously, it's easy to talk about emissions, but the reality is that reducing emissions means reducing fossil fuel commitments. And so we need to be very clear that this is a goal of the bill. And so with that again in mind, we propose that we have to develop a plan to phase down the use of coal for generation and synfuel production. We review and update that plan every 5 years, and that plan must, at the minimum, consider the phase down the use of coal, timeframes for this phase down, for providing the energy security based on renewable energy sources, and for social protection for workers along the coal value chain. In other words, articulating, at least for the coal value chain, that just transition is a critical element for this bill. And we would also like to recommend that we replace all instances of low carbon society, which is a unquantified goal, or a low carbon economy, with net zero, which means that we are actually specifying a target for the end action. And just a quick point about net zero. I think the articulation of net zero that we're specifically talking about is not this carbon neutral. So if this is our continued emissions, the orange at the top there, and this were our removals at the bottom there, one could see this trajectory of emissions would eventually reach zero at 2050. But the reality is that this is not a feasible, this carbon neutral articulation. It's not a feasible goal. We have quite apart from the fact that this has more emissions over the same period than this, even though we have the same sort of level of removal at the end, the risk of failing to achieve this trajectory is much lower than the risk of failing to achieve this. If we don't have the removals, in fact, if our removals are there and we have not committed to significant reduction, this carbon neutral objective would not be achieved. Whereas if we articulate a net zero goal that has a situation in which the total annual emissions of greenhouse gases do not exceed the capacity of natural or implemented artificial systems within the country to remove and sequester greenhouse gases, then, if we are able to undertake that definition of net zero and not put it within the Act, then we can achieve this goal of net zero by 2050. And even so, this goal means a significant increase in the amount of removals, particularly from the natural world. But if we think about actually how much of that is feasible, all of the vegetation, all of the natural systems within South Africa remove somewhere in the realm of 20 to 40 million tons of carbon dioxide every year at present, which is in the ballpark of a single Medupi's emissions. So if we doubled that, perhaps we could afford both Medupi and some continued fossil fuel usage for transport for certain sectors, or more importantly, for cement or steel, which are critical for development. But when you consider that that is the quantum of removals that is feasible, we need to be very clear about this reduction trajectory, which is why we would like to see it reflected in the bill. So I think I'm going to leave it at that. Just to reiterate the key points, we need to be very clear about our timelines. We need to work as quickly as possible. In terms of the governance, we very much recommend a stronger role for the PCC as an administrative body, and that ministerial determination of sectoral emissions and those things be not a consensus-based, but a consultation-based process. The transparency of all of the data that is gathered within the system and with our target setting is critical to ensure independent analysis and review, and for us, civil society, to really engage with the process. And so we strongly urge that that is undertaken and that the public consultation process be better articulated. Urge strengthening of the penalties so that they actually have some teeth, and also that the alignment of carbon tax and carbon budgets is something of a red herring, that we can pursue both of them independently, and we urge that we do so. And finally, that we really articulate these long-term goals within the legislation. Thank you all for your time. That's me. And that's more detail is within our submission to Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rila. As you are removing the presentation from the screen, I want to note the colleagues to interact with your presentation and the one of the Legal Resource Center that are actually interlinked. Like I said earlier, we are learning, keep on learning each day. You've raised some pertinent issues that we need to take them further, as you've indicated. Can I see the hands, colleagues? Whoever wants to interact with the two presentations, the earlier one by the Legal Resource Center and this current one of WWF. It's honorable person thus far. That's the only hand that I'm seeing. Honorable person, over to you, colleague. Honorable person.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to both presenters for the presentation. I think one of the biggest challenges we face is the just transition. We have a reliance on coal, and it's going to be with us for a very long time. And we've seen how even in Europe they are now moving back to using coal as a primary source of electricity generation. So what are the proposals in terms of the balance of our dependence on fossil fuels and our transition to renewables? Because I don't think there'll be a complete transition to renewable energy. We're always going to have a mixture of fuel sources or sources of energy generation. So what is the proposal from both? This question is both to Ms. Turpin and Mr. Rila. Thank you very much once again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable person. No, don't worry, Mr. Rila, you are going to be given a chance. Don't raise your hand. Definitely you are going to be given a chance to talk to these issues. As I wait the other colleagues to raise their hands, I've got the following issues to raise myself. To Ms. Tepin, your presentation states that the rush for oil and gas exploration along the coastline of South Africa must cease and not be permitted to proceed beyond that which had already been authorized in January 2020. I should think you might be looking at the issues of oil and gas exploration from a greenhouse gas emission point of view. But this is what I want to bring to your attention. Another stakeholders is warned that these energy resources should be left in the ground, or else South Africa will be increasing the climate liability of its future generations in the light of increasing environmental litigation. Yeah. Then the issue that I want you, Ms. Tepin, to talk to should concerns about South Africa's potential climate liability underpin the processing of this bill now? Or is it too premature? And maybe why? I want your comment on that one. The other issue that one want to raise with you is that it is indeed an important observation when yourself as the Legal Resource Center points out that the climate change bill fails to adequately address training and education as it is required by the Paris Agreement on the impacts of climate change. However, for practical purposes, how does yourself as the Legal Resource Center envisage this to happen on the ground, especially in the deep rural areas? And then furthermore to that, what activities will be considered training and education? And then I heard you mentioning the Department of the Education, but at the same time, you know, we have a 3 sphere of government. Then the issue here, so that we are not found wanting, which sphere of government should be entrusted with this responsibility to ensure that it does not fall through the cracks, which often happens when a task is entrusted to multi-spheres of government. Do I hear you saying that is the Department of Education? Oh, I think I want you to ask to address that, because as you check the implications to this bill, it cuts across all spheres of government. To you, Mr. Rella, how does then the WFFSA envisage the strengthening of the Presidential Climate Commission to be? Because I heard you touching that as well. But we want to hear your honest view and opinion on how do you want to see this Climate Commission to be. Yeah, if you were with us last week, you could have heard the Executive Director of the Presidential Commission advocating for the commission being accountable to Parliament than what it is currently as it is, because when you look at it now, it looks like it's part of the executive. Hence, we ask questions to say, why are they bringing these issues to us now, whereas these issues that they were presenting, they could have, then when the executive was considering the bill, they could have made input to that effect. And then the other issue, James, does the WWFSA propose the establishment of an independent advisory body in addition to the Presidential Climate Commission? And whether having such 2 closely related climate agencies is unique to South Africa, or is based on some of the best practice elsewhere? I'm raising this because you've been dealing with this, and definitely you could be knowing the best practices elsewhere in the country. I see the hand of my colleague, Honorable Mbata. It's also up. Over to you, colleague.
Sec. I don't know what that means.
Thank you, Chairperson.
If you like, I can search the web for. I see the hand.
It's my MacBook. It's my MacBook. Sorry about that.
Quiet now.
Okay. There's an issue here from the RRC which says South Africa has failed to address training and education, and it needs to require alternative ways on dealing with the issue of communities empowerment. I would like to ask, if you say education and training, I think it's focuses only on education and training that must be done by a qualified person. But if you rephrase the word education and training and you say health, education and promotion, it will be much better if I look at your statement there, because health education and promotion cuts across all the departments, and it deals with the issue of creating awareness to the communities, and it deals with the issue of bottom-up approach instead of top-down approach, where it assists also with the communities being able to buy in on the topic and also, or subject, and also own it as their own. And it's very important when it comes to behavioral change of the community. My advice will say, let's not use, I mean, if you say other ways of empowering community, let's rather use health education and promotion, because health education and promotion doesn't only refer to a specific person a professional who will do a top-down approach, but it deals with ways where communities, their health education and promotion assist, where communities get involved in order to accept and use their own ways in order to empower themselves. That's what I wanted to say, because if you say education and training, it's very broad. And if you talk about climate change, that means you need a person who is qualified in climate change, who understands climate change, that will empower, that will train a specific number of people. But health education and promotion is the term that is used. I know it's being used in South Africa on subject where it cuts across all the departments. And it's not that they don't use people that understand the subject, they use them, but in a different way. And it has worked very well in other provinces where you found that there was a problem that couldn't be solved for certain years, but through health education and promotion strategies, those problems are resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbata. Did I miss any other hand? No, that's far. Can we hand over to the Legal Resource Center to respond, then WWFF? WWFSA will also say something.
Thank you, Chair. So I have noted the questions, and please, members of Parliament, please feel free to correct me if I haven't particularly addressed the question. So the first one that I noted is regarding the just transition, and given South Africa's reliance on coal. And what we have seen is that in Europe, they are particularly moving back to fossil fuel, the use of coal. As put forward in my presentation, we've noted that the reliance on fossil fuel and what we've seen in international politics is that it is has a destabilizing effect, which we are seeing now with the war between Russia and Ukraine. So I think moving forward, what South Africa needs to do is we need to start this conversation around a just transition. We need to show as South Africa, the legislation, there needs to be commitment towards a just transition, which we do not see. We do live in Africa where we have access to sun and wind. And what we are not seeing is that there being a committed shift to the green economy. So these need to be conversations that need to be had. We need to have this discussion around it. And what we are seeing in terms of our current legislation is that there's no commitment towards the green economy. What we are seeing is
colleagues, can you hear me? Oh, it's only me. Who is Mr.?
Yes, Chair, we can hear this side. On my side, I can hear.
Oh, it was me, maybe. Proceed, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. What we are, however, seeing is that there isn't commitment to building a sustainable economy, an ecologically sustainable sustainable economy where the people's needs are not put before profit. So So I think that there needs to be commitment, we need to see legislation, there needs to be conversations held around the just transition. The second point that I've noted, I'm not entirely sure if it is a question, was in terms of my presentation, the rush for oil regarding the oil and gas exploration. And as pointed out, is that the energy resources need to be left in the ground. So in my presentation, I have already stated that in terms of the Paris Agreement and the UN, that if we are serious about maintaining the 1.5 degrees below, or as my colleague has pointed out, even 2 degrees Celsius to keep us within the required standards, there cannot be further exploration. And this, of course, does tie in with our commitment to a just transition. The next question, I didn't entirely get it. It was in terms of the bill addressing the Paris Agreement and the practicalities around it. I'm sorry, the connection had dropped. I'm not entirely sure around that question, so I do apologize. And I will continue to go through the rest of the questions, and if the honourable member would kindly repeat the question, that would be greatly appreciated. Regarding the training and education, and how do we, as the Legal Resources Centre, envisage that rural communities will be consulted and that they are able to participate in the discussion of climate change? I think that the political parties respectfully may be better briefed to answer this question, and how do they reach the rural communities, which we definitely do see during election time. But from the Legal Resources Centre, what I do submit is that there needs to be public participation of the local communities, the grassroots organizations, and the public. They need to be included in the various forums that have been set up. In terms of training, there needs to be a conversation. There needs to be a conversation in South Africa around climate change. In terms of the community empowerment, yes, there needs to be a bottom to top approach, in that the communities do need to be involved in this conversation. They do need to provide input, but we do respectively submit that there needs to be education, there needs to be awareness, there needs to be programs put in place to ensure that people understand the implications of climate change. Thank you, Chair. Those are my submissions.
Thank you. Can I hand over to James, please?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you for the questions. So, Honourable Paulson, I think your question regarding the coal transition, continued use of coal in the long term is actually not necessary. It would be a specific choice that South Africa would have to make, and that would be largely in contravention to our international agreements. So there are several hundred peer-reviewed publications that have looked at the feasibility of a entirely what they call WWS, wind, water, solar energy provision, electricity provision, and that is entirely feasible. It is in all contexts. It will require investment in the grid. It will require things like battery backup and potentially something like green hydrogen for long-term storage, but it is entirely feasible. So in the long term, I think the transition is certainly on the cards. And in fact, part of the reason that we're seeing this push for coal in Europe at the moment, this is not a long-term transition that they're doing. It's very much an interim process because they have not yet completed their transition and they had a dependence on gas, which has been cut off. So I think what we're seeing is certain coal plants being brought out of mothballing just while they have this energy crisis. Had they invested sooner and more thoroughly in renewables, they wouldn't have this problem. And in fact, it is a reason to invest more strongly in renewables. So I think certainly this is a feasible option. I can share a lot of the information, but I think the question is not about how it can be done, it's just a question about when, which is the just transition process. Honourable Mutambe, with regards to our perception of the view of the PCC, I think one of the critical elements that is missing within the bill, so we have this role as an advisory body, but it's not a target setting body, so it advises on the broad highlights and on principles as it stands, but it doesn't advise necessarily on targets, and those recommendations again do not have to be taken up. So I do agree with you that reporting to Parliament on progress against targets and carbon budgets and running the monitoring and reporting for government of the implementation to analyze this cross-cutting process, which may well fall outside of the remit of any of the individual line ministries, is very important. But I think also what we need is for it to potentially have some teeth. And so in that regard, the recommendations there must be provision for the recommendations to be followed also. I think also leading on to your next question regarding the scientific advisory body, what the Presidential Climate Commission is, as articulated, is representative body of different sectors of society. So their commissioners are appointed by the president, and they're selected largely on the basis of how well that they have some technical knowledge and that they are representing the viewpoints of a certain part of society. So in that regard, it is essentially a brokering entity that is coming at a common vision. The requirement for a scientific advisory body is that this would be an independent body that can assess the economics and the science underlying a set of processes, which would be outside the expertise of the Presidential Climate Commission. They are much more of a sort of a target setting body, whereas this, we've seen this in South Korea. They have these two separate entities. The UK also has, it has a Climate Change Committee, which is an independent advisory committee and fulfills some of those integrated roles. But the appointment of the committee members is on the basis of scientific expertise, not necessarily on the basis of representativity. So I think in the South African context, it makes sense that we have these two entities separate, and that the Presidential Commission can call on the expertise of the scientific body, and that similarly, any of the relevant departments can call on the expertise of the scientific body to provide the technical inputs that are required for their independent or individual actions. I also just briefly wanted to touch on that question about the education. I think, I know it wasn't directed at me, but I did also articulate a point about education. And I think there is a difference between the specific technical education and training that is required around the transition, which is absolutely something that would need to be fulfilled by CETAs, and that the but there is also a role of sort of public informing. And the reason that we mentioned the Department of Basic Education is because setting that basis, basic understanding, can be done through a lifelong process with learners, obviously. And so strong integration of that throughout the curriculum is valuable. At the moment, it is not strongly integrated. There is definitely elements, but it could be strengthened. But I do think also that potentially an entity like the PCC would having regular interactions and media outreach to try and promote the public understanding of climate change is also valuable. So I would say that that probably is an additional entity that should be undertaking this education role. Thank you.
Okay. Don't go, ne? You might find that as we interact with the other entities represented here, then we'll have to ask for the question to you again. Thanks for being to the questions. Ne? Then can I allow the EMS Foundation and the Wildland Institute to present? To get who's the rep?
Chair.
Yes, Honorable. A follow-up.
Yeah, I had only one last question to LRC because they talk when they talk of the renewable energy of which I fully agree with them, but they only talk of wind and solar energy.
Where's the camera, Honorable?
Sorry, it was presented by LRC.
Put on your camera, colleague.
Oh, my camera. It's very dark.
Yes.
Okay. And then I fully agree with them because that is very important. It will assist us in the issue to combat some of the contributions towards the climate change. But I want, and also I'm also saying that there should be energy efficiency monitoring by the government and the private sector also. And I wanted to raise this question to them, the LRC, to say, when we look around South Africa, we have piles and piles of waste that is contaminated, that is lying around in our streets, that is in our disposal sites, and we don't have disposal sites at the moment. We are running short of them. But in other countries, they use that waste that is contaminated. They separate waste at source, and those that are contaminated, they don't mix or it doesn't go to the disposal site. But what they do, they have the big incinerators where everything is controlled there. Then they incinerate that waste. If you look at the hierarchy, there's where they say you must do waste to energy, where they use that waste to create energy that is being utilized by the city. And also it assists in limiting the amount of waste that must go to the landfill site. It's only the ash that goes to the landfill site, which is less and less. It's no longer a heap, and also it has been treated. And for the lifespan of the landfill site, it's more longer, and the pollution and the contributions towards the climate change are being monitored and being reduced at that time. I wanted to know that, can South Africa, as LRC, can South Africa also start to doing that in order to make sure that we are complying? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbata. I do appreciate your comments. And definitely, I think if we are going to be looking at the just transition, we do need to consider this. Of course, with the decision to recycle waste. In terms of the climate, we would have to look at the byproducts or the greenhouse gases that are going to be released during the incineration. But this is obviously something that can be considered, given the correct impact assessment, cumulative assessment that would be considered. But we do appreciate, and that is something that we will definitely consider in our advocacy for the just transition. Thank you.
Okay. I'd already asked who's presenting, is Mr. Pickover or Mr. Kalinin to load the presentation?
Madam Chair, this is Cormac Cullinan. I'm making this presentation.
Okay. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I will just share my screen then. Can you see the screen?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
On. Thank you. You can proceed.
I'm just trying to go to the. There we go. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Sorry, just into my phone. Just thank you very much for this opportunity to present. And before I begin, I would just like to mention that I think this is an incredibly important exercise that Parliament is engaged in. It seems to me that it's quite possible that for most of you in Parliament, you may never pass a more important piece of legislation than this piece of legislation. And all of you will be very well aware of the importance of climate change and the critical importance that we address it boldly. So I'm not going to spend much time on it, but I thought I would just begin with quoting a few quotes from the Secretary General of the United Nations. And these are some of the things that he has said recently. We're on a fast track to climate disaster. Major cities are underwater. There are unprecedented heat waves, terrifying storms, widespread water shortages, the extinction of 1 million species of plants and animals. This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us will result from our current energy policies. We are on a pathway to global warming of more than double the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit agreed in Paris. Some governments and business leaders are saying one thing, but doing another. Simply put, they are lying, and the result will be catastrophic. This is a climate emergency. Climate scientists warn that we are already perilously close to tipping points that could lead to cascading and irreversible climate impacts. But high-emitting governments and corporations are not just turning a blind eye, they are adding fuel to the flames. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the context in which we are having this discussion. My presentation will broadly deal with these different areas. The first point we want to make is that we very strongly support the bill, but believe that it must be strengthened, and we have very specific proposals as to how to do that. So we are conscious, as has been mentioned by the WWF representative, of the urgency of getting this legislation passed. And we're aware that Parliament is under pressure to do that and has limited resources. So for that reason, our written submissions, which you will have, include a marked up version of the bill in which we have drafted most of the specific amendments that would be required to implement our recommendations. So this is this is something which can go straight to the parliamentary drafters, so that if you accept any of the points that we make, it's very easy for them to implement them. And it's obviously quite a lot of work to do that, but we've done that because we have the expertise to assist Parliament in that regard. I have drafted legislation for Parliament in the past, as well as international treaties signed by South Africa and other countries, and I've drafted legislation in many countries around the world. So we hope that you'll accept our suggestions in that regard as an indication, not of the fact that we tried to do Parliament's job for you, but really in recognition of the urgency of the situation and as our attempt to help Parliament to implement any recommendations of ours that you agree with. The second point which I will address is that what is missing here is the recognition that we need to transform society by addressing the root causes of the problem. In other words, it's not just simply a matter of limiting greenhouse gas emissions. We have to go deeper. Thirdly, that the responses must be comprehensive and integrated. The bill only talks about mitigation and adaptation, and we feel that there's a lot more that needs to be done, and that it's better to talk about climate change responses in a far broader way, because if we define it too narrowly as the bill does, we will not be able to address root causes and address other important issues such as education, which has also been mentioned this morning. The fourth point is that it's a climate emergency, and we need to respond to it as an emergency, and that requires urgent, bold responses. The fifth issue has already been raised by WWF this morning. It's about and the LRC as establishing funding mechanisms to enable us to facilitate and support effective climate response. And then I'll briefly mention some of the specific amendments that we've drafted. So many of you will be aware of this concept of planetary boundaries, which was developed by the Stockholm Resilience Institute. In essence, it attempted to identify what they call the safe operating space, which is shown by the circle in the middle here. So they wanted to know what are the limits that humanity must stay within if we are going to have a future on this planet. And they identified a number of boundaries. And as you will see from this diagram, at least 7 of those boundaries have already been exceeded, including climate change, sorry, you can't see it, they go off the screen a little bit, but this is, climate change is here. But what's important is to note that some of the other boundaries have been exceeded even more than the climate change boundary has been exceeded. For example, biodiversity loss, freshwater, moisture in soils, and pollutants like plastics. So the point really here is that it's not just climate change. Humanity is living in a way which is not sustainable on this planet. And we're now in a situation where even at current levels of greenhouse gas emissions, 5 tipping points may occur, and there may be more in the future. Now, these tipping points are situations in which once you go beyond the tipping point, there's nothing much that humanity can do really to stop what's going to happen. For example, once you get to the stage where the greenhouse and the West Antarctic ice sheets start melting significantly, we can't stop that. It'll carry on. It may take 100 years or however long to occur, but it will be irreversible. So what this really means is that climate change is one of several symptoms of systemic problems in society. So what we're saying here is, if you think of a situation where a human being had a raised temperature, now you can mop the person's brow to reduce the temperature perhaps with a cool cloth, but what you really need to understand is why they've got a temperature, because mopping the person's brow with a cool cloth will help, but it won't cure the problem. You have to find out, have they got an illness? Have they been injured? And only when you've got that diagnosis can you cure the problem. So what we know is that humanity is already in danger because of exceeding those planetary boundaries. We also know that what's currently being done about it, what we're aiming to do, and the measures that are being taken are hopelessly inadequate to solve the problem, and that we must get to the root of the activities, the root causes of the activities that exacerbate climate change. And what are we risking? Well, reference has been made today already to the floods in Durban. But I think this is a good example of how climate change plays out, because what we have is a situation where a disaster happens and government money has to be spent on dealing with the emergency and looking after the people who've lost their homes, etc. And that money then isn't enough money to repair all the infrastructure. And then you get another disaster coming along shortly afterwards. And what you see happening is that progressively the situation gets worse and worse, because each time we aren't able to get back to where we were before. And I was reading today that 50% of the sewage in Durban is still flowing into the sea untreated. And what's really important, I think, is that we're talking about the breakdown of society, because it starts with social services and human well-being being affected. The economy gets affected, then the government institutions can't cope, then the rule of law gets affected because we just can't get people to comply with the law, and eventually democracy itself is at stake. So we can hardly be dealing with more important issues. But first of all, to get to my first point about the diagnosis, you have to understand what the problem is here. And climate change itself is a symptom, it's not the problem. The underlying problem is that our civilizations are addicted to growing to GDP growth. We want to grow the economy at all costs. We're addicted to fossil fuels, to consumption and accumulation. And all of that is based on exploiting nature. In other words, taking more and more and more from nature. And our legal and economic systems are designed to facilitate that. So most of the activities that cause climate change are perfectly legal. So what we're pointing to here is we have to change. We can't just reduce greenhouse gas emissions if we leave the forces which cause not just climate change, but the other planetary boundaries to be exceeded. If we leave those in place, we have to dig down. So this is what we've got to do. We've got to aspire to live harmoniously with the nature. If you go back in history, every culture understood that if you want to remain part of the community of life, you have to live respectfully with the other creatures that we've coexisted with, and you can't take too much. These ideas are very much entrenched in African philosophies like Ubuntu and Ukama, where people understand that we exist in relationship not only to other people, but also in relationship to ancestors, to future generations, to rivers, to mountains, and other creatures. So we must say that our top objective is not to grow the economy, but to live harmoniously within nature. That's not to say the economy is not important. It's just not the most important thing. What's more important than the economy is life. So secondly, we must stop encouraging the activities that make climate change worse. And thirdly, we must restore the ecosystems and ecological processes that created a stable climate and are essential to maintaining climate stability. So if you go back millions and millions of years in the Earth's history, the climate and the temperature on Earth fluctuated enormously. But as life developed on this planet, it stabilized it. And so the living systems of this planet are what maintain a stable climate. And it's not just about stopping greenhouse gas emissions. It's also about restoring the ecosystems which are necessary to restore health. And once the body of Earth is healthy, the temperature will come down. So we need transformative change. And the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, IPBES, which is the equivalent of the United Nations framework, the IPCC for climate change. This is what they say is needed. A fundamental system-wide reorganization across technological, economic, and social factors, including paradigms, goals, and values. So what we're saying is what we need what this bill needs to do is incorporate as one of its goals harmonious coexistence. And we've suggested it be defined in the bill like this: a state in which humans relate to other aspects of nature in ways that are either beneficial to or do not harm the integrity and health of ecosystems and the functioning of the natural processes that sustain life and maintain climate stability. Now, you may not be familiar with that term, but it seems to us that is obviously something that people should aim to do. If we want to remain part of the community of life, then we need to act in ways which contributes to the health of that. It's like we are cells in a body. If the cell wants to be healthy, we have to make the body healthy. And that must be one of the objectives of this act, so that we capture the big picture and recognize that it's not just about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, although that is incredibly important. So we recommend that this be implemented in various ways in the bill. For example, that these two principles be added. that we seek to promote human well-being, not by taking from nature, but by contributing to the health of nature. I'm not going to go into all of the details there. It's all in our written submission. We also think that it's important to broaden the scope of the bill. So in the preamble, when we're talking about climate change responses, we need to deal with things like education, which has already been mentioned this morning. We need to deal with transforming economic, legal, political, and other systems and factors that motivate and promote the activities that exacerbate climate change. So in other words, that's getting at the systemic problems which are causing climate change. You can't solve this by just addressing the symptoms. You've got to get at the systemic problems. And then, of course, the question of restoring living ecosystems, because we can't protect people and society unless we restore the ecological systems that enable life and maintain a stable climate. There's just no other way. So one of the important things we think should happen is that the bill should accelerate emission reduction. That's been dealt with by the previous two speakers, but we're proposing that there be two new sections added to the bill, which are drafted and are in the written submissions, so you can see exactly what we're proposing. The first would be a general duty on everyone to take climate change response measures as soon as reasonably possible. This is very like the duty of care provisions in the National Environmental Management Act, but it's making the important point that this is something which everybody has a duty to address. And then the second one is imposing specific duties on organs of state, for example, to promote and facilitate the taking of urgent and effective climate change response measures. So we think it's very important that these two duties get added. The first one, this is just, it has several subsections, but just to give you a sense of it, the first subsection says every natural and juristic person, in other words, every person and every corporation, including every organ of state, must take all climate change response measures that they are reasonably able to take as soon as reasonably possible and in a manner that promotes harmonious coexistence. Now, it seems to us that that's clearly something which is necessary in these times. And similarly with the state, they must promote and facilitate the taking of urgent and effective climate change response measures to promote harmonious coexistence. We also think, we know it's an emergency. It's accepted that it's a climate emergency, but that's not reflected in the bill. So we propose that the president must be given the powers to take measures to direct people to take actions, but he must do that after consultation of the Presidential Climate Commission and the Cabinet. And there's a later provision which says that any such provision must also be tabled before Parliament, so there is parliamentary control, and ultimately Parliament can overrule the president. And we think there should be a climate change fund. Others have already alluded to its purpose, and that these provisions should be drafted and included in this bill. So in conclusion, I'd just like to say that we see this as both an historic opportunity and a duty. There is a very heavy obligation or duty resting on your shoulders as parliamentarians and representatives of the people of South Africa to do what is required, both so that South Africa can play its part globally, but also here in this country, because if we fail now, we are selling future generations down the river, and the suffering in this country and elsewhere in the world will be truly horrific. So it's a heavy burden of responsibility, but it's also an opportunity to act boldly and decisively in ways that future generations will be very grateful for. The way to do this, we believe, is to reorient the nation towards a new aspiration. It's not just simply a question of focusing on all that has gone wrong and all the horrors that may occur in the future. We need a positive vision, and we are proposing that seeking to live harmoniously, to coexist harmoniously within nature is that vision. So we say that's what we're trying to do. We have co-evolved, our species has co-evolved over millions of years within this community of life. We have no future except as part of that community of life. And so the way to increase human well-being in the long run is to strengthen the community of life, to live and let live. And so when we take climate change measures, we are always bearing in mind that how we do them must be informed by the desire to strengthen the community of life. So it's a positive new aspiration. It's not just about reacting to climate change. And it's also, of course, recognizes that climate change is one of many symptoms, the others being shown on that diagram of planetary boundaries. And so we need to have a holistic approach which simultaneously tackles all the problems at once. And that goes to the third point about the responses going beyond mitigation and adaptation. So as you will be well aware, most of the discussions about climate change that happen are either around mitigation, which is really about cutting the emission of greenhouse gases, and adaptation, which is how are we going to cope with the adverse effects of climate change that we're already experiencing and that will come in the future. Now, both of those are very important, but what we're saying is that let's not put those two boxes there. Let's talk about climate change responses in the broader sense, including education, including changing the laws and economic systems, etc. Basically, including the changes to our society that will be necessary to cure the problem, to address the root causes. And what that means is we need to govern people as members, not colonizers of the community of life. Our current structures, and it's not just South Africa, most countries in the world, are based on taking as much from nature, just as colonial powers came to Africa and took as much as they could and didn't care about the impact on the communities in Africa. So we as people are taking too much from nature, and we need to remember that we're members of that community of life and need to look after it and contribute to it, not just take from it. And that means that we need to shoulder new duties. As I've mentioned, we are proposing specific duties that everybody and government organs of state must take specific responsibilities for addressing this and to do all that can be reasonably done as fast as reasonably possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kalene. It's much appreciated. He is working for fire ready, working on fire.
Yes, ma'am, we were already. We'll hold up.
Okay.
It's Trevor Abrams here. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning to honourable members of the committee. I'm just bringing up the presentation.
Okay. There you go.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Our presentation today is a follow-up to a written submission we made in June when we were called to bring responses to your committee. And just by way of introduction, Working on Fire Pty Limited is a wholly owned fire specialist organization who's been involved in this activity since 1985. We have been the implementing agent for the government's expanded public works working on fire program since 2003, and we've grown from some 850 firefighters in 2003 to the current 5,300 we have at the moment. And we've developed this program from recruiting the unemployed youth and training them to become professional wildland firefighters, as well as leadership development amongst them. We're very proud to say that 30% of our firefighters are women, the highest in the world on such a program. Our Working on Fire program managers, 51% are women, 60% are in fact former firefighters. So we are in fact the largest wildland firefighting resource in South Africa. As I've indicated, we have a ground force of about 5,300 firefighters. We have a fleet of firefighting vehicles, 342, and we also have an aerial resource consisting on fire bombers, helicopters, fixed-wing spotters, aviation support vehicles. And over the years, the 18 years, in fact, this month, Chair, we are celebrating our 19th anniversary. Over the years, we have independently financed a dedicated aerial firefighting fleet valued at some 350 million rand that we've invested in there. Our WAF teams are located at 200 bases across the country and on average attend to some 2,500 wildfires per annum across South Africa. Many of our former WAF participants are what we call our WAF alumni, going to secure permanent jobs in the private sector, conservation agency, municipalities, and national government structures such as SAPS and the SANDF. Today, we're celebrating our 19 years as a successful job creation and skills upliftment EPWP program. So this submission is essentially to draw attention that we believe the bill does not adequately address the mitigation of some of the threats of climate change, which is in fact with us already and is predicted to get worse. So in terms of the climate change bill, we refer to sections, and I won't be reading it out in detail, but essentially aims to have an effective climate change response. And it notes that the Republic is vulnerable to those impacts of climate change which require urgent and appropriate adaptive responses. It also projects that the increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events is likely to affect us, and we agree completely with that. And we also agree that the likely impact will serve to potentially undermine achieving the Republic's developmental agenda. So this picture of climate change is perhaps very, very poignant, and one might be forgiven to see that, you know, much of the debate is globally touches on the impact of the changes in the Arctic, the poles, and the likely impact on coastal communities across the globe. And so it's a relevant one, but as I think COP26 has hinted, there are many more aspects to the climate change impact that we have to deal with right away now. And I draw attention to our sense of our reading of the COP26, which was hailed as a major follow-up to the Paris and Copenhagen meetings. And much of the media focus, of course, was on the aim to cap the growth in global temperature, as well as equitable funding to reach these goals. However, I think interestingly enough, COP26 also highlighted the current disastrous manifestations of climate change, namely the extreme weather events manifested in flooding, heat waves, drought, and extreme fires. Now, wildland fires and climate change are integrally linked, right? The UN published a report in May this year titled Spreading Like Wildfire, the Rising Threat of Extraordinary Landscape Fires. And that report found that climate change will make wildland fires more frequent and more intense. In fact, they projected a 14% increase in extreme fires by 2030, a 30% increase by 2050, and then rising to as much as 50% increase by the end of the century. And in fact, what they say, wildfires are made worse by climate change through increasing drought, high temperatures, and leading to hotter, drier, and longer fire seasons. Of course, the wildfires also has polluting effects which make it harder to halt the rising targets and reach the goal. The UNEP report further elevated the risk even for the Arctic regions and previously areas unaffected by the fires. The report calls for a new fire-ready formula in which at least 2/3 is spent devoted to planning, prevention, preparedness, and recover, and only 1/3, in fact, to response. So focused on risk reduction. It also calls for working more directly with local communities to strengthen the commitment to fight climate change. I would also like to just supplement that background, Chair, with some of the research that we monitor and participate in. A study by the University of Alberta, the academics in Canada, concluded that during the past decade, the globe has in fact experienced 8 of the worst wildland fire seasons globally. And as we know, there's been extreme catastrophic wildland fires have been experienced in California, in the US, Mediterranean, Portugal, Spain, Greece, Turkey, Israel, Russia, and in many areas not previously affected by such fires. In fact, it's quite interesting to note that after this last summer fire season in Europe, the EU has in fact embarked on a process of purchasing 10 new bombers and 3 new helicopters to be shared in the EU community when they are affected by these fires. In South African context, if we take the 14% predicted increase by 2030, we are currently responding to an average of 2,500. We will be turning to more like 3,000 fires if that prediction turns true. I think it's important that, and the UN Secretary General has emphasized that not focus solely on suppression, but we should embrace an approach which has a focus on integrated fire management, and I'll come back more to that one. So the real challenge is risk prevention, risk reduction, and risk response. And we believe that this should be an integral component of this bill, Chair. And I think if I look at this kind of just collage of graphics from the world, I think most of us are aware of the reports of this experiences coming in. Now, I attended the International Association of Wildland Fire Conference in Pasadena, where we presented a paper. And this was a very important conference in the sense that it was held both in Pasadena and followed up in Melbourne to essentially cover the entire globe. It's an important organization, and I give a bit of what IAF sets out to do. And to give the sense of the importance of this meeting was actually opened by the Deputy Director of Science in the White House. It's seen as a fairly important thing. The participation there was from NASA, from fire management agencies, academics, and researchers. And it is an important moment in this planning to deal with wildland fires on a global scale, in that it covered both the sort of Western Hemisphere and the Eastern Hemisphere through these two events. And if you look at the International Association of Wildfire, it essentially proposes 3 courses of action. So to identify and enhance fire-adapted communities, in other words, those are communities which are fire-prone. And in South Africa, we have biomes which are fire-dependent. Foster a safe and effective interagency wildfire response. And I'll come a bit more to that. But doing that is to have safe, effective, efficient, risk-based fire management and coordination amongst different agencies. Identify ecosystems most at risk from large and high severe wildland fires, and prioritize these landscapes for attention. Now, coming to South Africa, before I go to South Africa, sorry. So the IAF proposes 3 calls of action, right? It's 1, to promote shared responsibility for safe community preparedness, response and recovery. Reimagine and invest in the wildlife fire management workforce and systems. Increase prescribed burning, invest in research and promote research, science and technology, and policy that flows from there, and create opportunities for continuous improvement and adaptive management. And I'll come a bit more after our 19 years of experience in this country. And the IAF, as you'll see, is also not only an international body, it does promote much of the values that are consistent with our constitution. So coming to South Africa, Chair, you will see that these are pictures of fire events that we've participated in South Africa. And unsurprisingly, we are not immune from this global trend that has been projected. So we will not be spared these impacts. And one of the key drivers in South Africa is actually alien in vegetation. And here we have 2 well-known programs: the Working for Water program by the Department of Forestry, Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, and the High Altitude Team, which the Kishugu group is currently implementing, where the alien vegetation is removed from inaccessible mountainous areas. So this is a very important part of our armory to prepare, because it's one of the key drivers. Alien vegetation tend to burn more furiously and propagate the fires more rapidly. So it's an important part of our armory. The other big issue is, in fact, the growing wildland-urban interface. That's a term that's referred to the fact that our housing is moving closer to wildland areas, including our informal settlements. What it does mean when there is fires in that regard, more and more of our communities are directly impacted by such fires. And of course, the third leg of the kind of drivers of what's happening is climate change. I think we've all heard, and we've had presentations referring to the floods in KZN. Our government has described it as a manifestation of climate change. And of course, also the other end of the spectrum, the kind of drought conditions that we see in the Eastern Cape. And not to forget that a mere few years ago, we had a day zero alarm bell ringing in the Western Cape. So, Chair, I think our argument is climate change is with us. And yes, we do fully endorse some of the views that say it does require a holistic approach to dealing with the challenge. And it's more likely a symptom and not a cause. However, we cannot ignore what is already with us. If government and our society fails to address these issues, it will suffer the calamitous impact that these fires do. What we have circulated was just a sense of a picture of some of the disaster fires, and me talking to some of the older, experienced role players in this area said, in the past, we used to have a disaster fire every 7 years. But when you look at this picture that I have here of some of the disaster fires of late, and we have circulated a more detailed fold of this to the committee, Chair. But in fact, we can even go back to 1 year before we start with the Knysna fires, the Harry Smith fires, where 4 lives were lost, 8 structures were burnt, innumerable livestock was lost, and of course, the biggest damage at that time was the loss of livestock feed. So, that already we had in 2016, 2017, we had the Knysna fires, which I think most of us would recall. There were George fires in 2018, Overstrand in 2019, Free State in 2020, we had the Northern Cape in 21, UCT Mountain Fire in 21, and then the Kleinmond in 22. So these what we call disaster fires, fires that either burn multiple days, they damage large areas, or they threaten or in fact destroy property and take lives. This is becoming more current. We don't have to say it may happen. It's already on our plate, as so to say. We've been dealing with this. So what have we got to respond? So, okay, we have our disaster managing agencies, both in the National Disaster Center as well as the provincial disaster centers. But I think as we've seen of late, the experience in KZN, these are structures which are sorely underpowered at present to be able to respond to these things. However, I would also indicate there are some provinces where you have provincial disaster management centers which are very alive to the threat of wildland fire, and Working on Fire has actually had very good relationship with these PDMCs, which do take it quite seriously. We have the fire services, and again, I think we don't need to reiterate that again. Here we have an area where the services are seriously threatened. If we look at even in an urban setting, such as Gauteng, and the fire in the bank, the hospital fires, you see these are services which are sorely stretched. And when we come to the wildland interface, these are somewhat distinct areas of fire suppression. The training for wildland fire is very different from that of the structural fires. And in our communities, in the rural and peri-urban areas, the capacity of such centers are seriously limited. In fact, I've met fire chiefs in some of the small areas where they say, this is my team, and they refer to the working on fire team who they rely on to do it. So what government has, as I've indicated since 2003, a working on fire team, which is in fact spread out throughout the country in bases, as this map would indicate. And it is a distribution which is coterminous with the fire-prone and fire-risk area, as well as the poverty index map. So as I've indicated before, the working on fire is an expanded public works program which had as its origins and primary objective was the alleviation of poverty, youth unemployment in particular. What we do it in a form of integrated fire management. And I think this is a very important concept that's been evolved. It's one that's been promoted by the UN, by the International Association of Wildland, and even being promoted in SADC. SADC actually had training programs on integrated fire management for its members. Some of these programs have been funded by the Japanese, some have been funded by the German Development Agency. And in integrated fire management, a large part, and this is what the UN is also calling, for a focus on prevention. Early detection is very important because wildland fires are driven by the local conditions, particularly the wind and the fuel available. So the earlier detect, the more you're able to curtail its growth and the damage it can bring. The fire suppression, of course, is necessary, both aerial and ground, to suppress it. And then very often rehabilitation. After the Neisner fires, we were involved in extensive rehabilitation of some of the slopes that had burning to avoid the mudslides which might come when the rainy season came. And then finally, the research. And in fact, if it's one thing that we picked up at Pasadena, is the amazing amount of research that's going on at companies like Google and other sort of electronic platforms. As part of the prevention is the fire awareness, which is a very important point. And I will come back to this in terms of particularly the climate change application that this can have. The fuel load reductions is very important. Outside of the fire season, we burn and we clear areas so that to limit spread of fire. And then, of course, the important part for the prevention is to have people properly trained to combat fire. Then the detection, we rely both on terrestrial and satellite detection to observe it. Very important part of the response, obviously, is our dispatch and coordination, and then the actual aerial and ground resources that conduct the repression. The rehabilitation is important, as I've indicated, in the case of Neisner, it was necessary to prevent mudslides and other deterioration of the environment. And then, of course, this has to be based on some applied research, and working on fire has set up a network with South African researchers, young and emerging researchers, to in fact contribute to our knowledge base and approach to this. As the Pasadena conferences gave us insight, the world is streets ahead of us in terms of the research that they're doing around wildland fire. And just to give an idea about fire awareness, this is a decade of work that we've done. We've reached over 4.2 million, 10,000 school activities where we had 1.7 million learners and 57,000 teachers involved. We've trained our firefighters conduct these activities in the schools. We've also had community activities where we've reached some 889,000 people. So this is an important part of our preparedness around getting our communities to become more resilient in terms of dealing with the threat of wildland fire. Part of the prevention is the fuel load reduction, where we do breaks, we've done fire breaks, we do it manually, as well as block burns, slash burns, and that reduces the fuel load and of course limits the extent of potential fires. The other leg is obviously the early detection, where we have dispatch centers, as well as people who then play a role in ordering and commanding the resources that are deployed at fires. We obviously have a fleet of trucks that allow water to be delivered close to the fire, the crew buses that allow our firefighters to be taken to the fire scene, as well as the light delivery vehicles with a bakisaki on them, which also allows us to respond to fires. We have our ground-based suppression. I think much of that has been in the media from time to time, as well as our aerial suppression, being the helicopters, the bombers, and the spotters. I do want to indicate this is a completely privately acquired resource for the country. It's interesting to look at the different models across the world. In Alberta, where we've been deployed on 2 occasions, it's actually the state that bought the assets, but they outsourced the operation of this. In this case, we have bought it, operated, and continue to do so. Right now, as Europe is in fact tendering for bombers, I think we also currently contemplating tendering to service the Europeans. The fire research, as I've indicated, is very important, as well as the rehabilitation. And this is a picture of us laying blankets, seeded blankets, on the slopes of a steep hill in Neisner. And within 1 year, when we went back, we had an absolutely rejuvenated area, completely green. So, Chair, just to wrap up, on terms of the working on fire model, I think we need to make it clear, we are based on partnership with the landowners. We work with our fire protection associations, conservation agencies, local government. We are not the first responder, we're not the fire brigade, but we support these agencies in terms of them discharging their mandate. Right. We also try and ensure that the South and Forest Fire Act obligations are being met by our partners. We have challenges, and obviously the first thing, as we've indicated, we are currently 5,300. We've done an estimate of what's really needed in this country. We need 17,000 firefighters there. And keeping in mind, at the same time, we are also addressing the issue of our unemployment in our youth. And through this process, so many of them are able to, in fact, procure full-time employment elsewhere. The training, we have an academy which is certified, and that's an important point of keeping up with international standards in our training, and as well as our personnel. Some of our managers are, in fact, currently doing courses on the Canadian Interagency Forest Fire Centre online training. So we are committed to developing our capacity in that regard. And then the coordination of this is very critical. And of course, lastly, the issue of the aviation assets. It's a hugely expensive, it's not an overwhelmingly profitable entity, if you like, because, you know, we only really work when there are fires, yet those resources have to be ready, like the ambulance, like the fire brigade. They have to be available there when they are needed. Up till now, it's a completely privately funded initiative, and the state would need to look at that. So what is the import of what I think we arguing, Chair? I think we believe that the bill needs to include a provision for developing mitigation strategies now. We cannot simply talk about just transition as much as important as it is. There are impacts of climate change at our doorstep now. We should have more effective disaster management response, community preparedness, community awareness, education, and communication. So the legislative provision should be aimed at addressing also the institutional mandate and resource basis of this aspect of South Africa's response to the threat of wildland fires. As I've indicated, we need some 17,000 firefighters if we're really going to need this problem. And we also believe that the current working on fire awareness education, which gets into our communities, gets down at ground level, and is delivered by our firefighters, can be repurposed to become an effective role in community education around the broader issues arising from climate change. Of course, the constraints on the fiscus would also point that we need to look more broadly to a public-private partnership framework for developing this response to climate change. The current WAF programs aviation capacities, evidence of private sector investment, and knowledge of the specialized area of wildland and fire management. And I think we do need to bolster this further from the part of the state. And then lastly, building institutional capacity at all spheres of government to respond to this impact of climate change in terms of wildland fires. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Trevor, for the presentation. I just wish we got that presentation prior as to also doing the public participation on the field fire and forest bill. But it's okay. It's fine. They cut across. We have not yet finalized the bill. Anyway. Colleagues, it's 11:50. Can I give you a 10-minute comfort break? Then 12 o'clock we'll be asking questions to Working on Fire and EMS Foundation and the Wildlaw Institute. We break for 10 minutes, especially for me as a chair. You know, I need to be focused. They put, I want to grab a cup of coffee. 12 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
Okay. To you, the last speaker, Mr. Abrahams, I should think, looking at your presentation, with regard to the climate bill, which you very much concerned about, that the bill has made no provision for the developing of a risk reduction, risk response, and mitigation strategy against one of the significant threats of climate change. That one I'm noting, especially the prevalence of extreme wildland fires and the subsequent damage it can cause. And then I'm saying this, what you are saying, I think it's a concern that is legitimate. Then my issue here, one wonders whether yourselves, being on the Working on Fire program, you have brought this concern to the attention of the department as the stage when this bill was being developed. Because the feedback is that the department also consulted. Did you bring this to the attention of the department? And then if indeed you did, Mr. Abrahams, what then happened? Because I think you are raising these issues very fundamentally so here. And then while I'm still on that one, I want to also hear from you, how do you see the Working on Fire program, especially the Working on Fire itself's role in the challenges of climate change facing the country? Yeah, it will be important for all of us to understand, how do you see your role as Working on Fire in all these challenges of climate change that are facing our country? I'm raising this because I would like to hear more, as you've made mention, of the threat of the reported and growing wildland fires. To say, as a country, what can we do to improve our capacity to deal with this reported threat of growing wildland fires? Then I'll hand over to you, Honorable Mbata. I see your hand is up now. Then I'll come to the other presentation after Honorable Mbata. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. I just want, let me open. Much better. On the issue of the last presentation, the Working with Fire. Firstly, I understand Mr. Adams. He's saying that there's 30% of firefighters are women. There's 51, which is much better working with fires, but 60 are former firefighters. But I'm worried with that 30% because it hasn't reached 50% of the women. It's only on working with fire. And I'm worried again about the former firefighters. Have they resigned, or what is happening? Why so much 60% of women are former firefighters? But there's the other thing that I've noticed you've mentioned. You've mentioned the issue of the wildland fires, the wildfires. I agree with you, they are a problem and they contribute to the climate change. But what about the ones that are being done by you? under your department or section, the veld fires that are being done during the winter seasons. They are being done as planned by your department. What is the impact of them on the climate change? Because it's the same, even if it's a fell fire, but there are gases that are emitted that contribute to climate change. Thank you.
If you can lower that hand so that we don't omit you. Are you done, Honorable Mbata? Honorable Mdisa? Honorable Mudise.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the honorable members and the presenters. Chair, I have just two questions to the Wildlaw Institute. I think it's Mr. Kalinen, if I'm not mistaken. Apologies in advance if it's not him. But he asserts that... oh, okay, correct. Thank you. Mr. Kalinen asserts, and I agree, I must mention that the climate change response means that any action planned or taken by human to restore climate stability or to prevent or mitigate or to increase and adapt to the adverse effects of climate change and includes adaptation and mitigation. But towards the end of his presentation, he also asserts that the responses to climate change should go beyond adaptation and mitigation. Whilst this assertion might not be self-contradictory, but I thought he would want to take us through on what the other responses or measures that he recommends that the Presidential Climate Change Commission or any other stakeholder involved in this process that's affected by the effects of climate change should put in place over and above adaptation and mitigation. That's one, Chair. But as an overarching statement, I think we must appreciate, whilst we appreciate that our country is confronted by poverty, inequality, and unemployment. As a matter of principle, we must never look at climate change as an instrument to respond to these triple challenges. We should appreciate, and in everything else that we do, look at climate change and find ways of responding to the effects that climate change has on our country, given the floods, given the droughts, given the changing of seasons and all of that. And this does not mean that we must downplay the effects of unemployment, poverty, and poverty. But as a general statement, we need to try as much as possible to move away from looking at the responses to climate change as one of the strategies to create employment for argument's sake. And I agree also with I think what the same institute, Wildlaw Institute, that it is generally everyone's duty to take the responses to climate change very serious and as reasonable as possible. But does the Wildlaw Institute have programs perhaps at societal and community level, or all of this is left to government Are there programs that they are having, it being awareness program, it being civic education, or anything? Do they have such programs that speaks to our people to sensitize them about climate change, its effects, and measures that they recommend that can be put to ensure that we mitigate the effects of climate change? Lastly, Chair, I think all of us are agreeing that there are a number of well-known polluters, ESCOM, SASOL, and so on. How do they recommend that we perhaps as lawmakers force them? Is it only through carbon tax? Is it only through carbon taxes that we think that they can contribute to the mitigation of the effects of climate change? And this does not only relate to the Wildlaw Institute, it may also be responded to by any other person who makes a presentation. Because it is common cause, it is actually given, it's in public that for us to mitigate the effects of climate change, given the seasonal changes, a whole lot of funds are going to be needed. Perhaps we must be advised on how do they think we can bring a bit of funds on board to ensure that we respond adequately to this catastrophe. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
I hope you are mindful of the fact that ESCOM and SASOL are here.
No, it is not gossip, Chair.
Okay. I was just questioning you. It's okay. No, it's fine. Honorable person.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the presenters. Good morning once again. Mr. Cullinan, this one is for you. There's a huge emphasis on the role of municipalities in the implementation of the bill. And I'd like to know if there's any work being done to determine the estimated cost to prepare municipalities. And then to Mr. Abrams, we're currently dealing with the National Veld and Forest Fire Amendment Bill. And I think a lot of your concerns are also relevant to that bill. And I'd like to know from your experience in terms of, it is, you've mentioned the resource requirements in terms of your bombers, and I'm happy to hear that finally we bombing for the salvation of humanity as opposed to bombing to destroy humanity. So I'd like to know, in terms of funding requirements to address the experiences like where you've mentioned the UCT fire, you've mentioned the Najma fires a few years ago. What has been the challenges in terms of resources, and where is which of the municipalities are not properly equipped, and what would it cost to equip them properly to mitigate the challenges of veld and forest fires? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Folson. Honorable Bryant, over to you.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Chairperson. I've been covered by quite a bit already from Honorable Modise and Paulson. It's just one sort of more general question, and I think a lot of kind of the points raised during the Wildlaw presentation related to, I can't remember exactly how it was put, but effectively that governments put too much emphasis on trying to grow the economy and that this potentially has negative consequences going forward if this is the sole ambition. But I think, if we're going to be pragmatic and realistic about these challenges that we currently face as a country, we are in quite a dire economic situation, not only in South Africa, but also in terms of our relationship on the global stage as well, and what's happening with foreign conflicts, etc. Petrol price increases, food increases, etc. And, I think we have to recognize that a lot of the potential solutions that are being put forward, and I think Honourable Paulson alluded to this when it came to municipalities, but not only from a municipal perspective, I think also in terms of what we might hear from SASO and Eskom a little bit later, a lot of these potential solutions are contingent on a significant amount of money in order to roll them out, but also to sustain them. And in a country where we have so much of our own infrastructure that is already in a very, very bad state, I'm not only talking about the SOEs, I'm talking about, in many parts of the country, basic grid infrastructure, municipal infrastructure that's falling apart. Is there not a slightly more pragmatic way to approach this issue of growing the economy as being a barrier to succeeding and achieving these goals, and rather look at how we can grow the economy in a way that assists us in achieving these climate goals that are being put forward? And I think they are very righteous and good in terms of what the intended consequences are. I think just how we get there, as with so many of these presentations, is a slightly different approach that we are seeing from the different presenters. And then just in terms of the working on fire presentation, I think one thing that struck me, and I don't think Mr. Abrams has to comment on this specifically, but to hear from the horse's mouth, so to speak, that there has been a significant and noticeable increase in the number of serious disaster fire incidents over the past few years. But perhaps Mr. Abrams could just advise whether there is, a chart, perhaps with empirical evidence that we could get access to, just to monitor that and track it, because I think that would also be very handy going forward in terms of our own deliberations on the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Bryant. I'm trying to check if I'm not missing any other colleague. Yeah, then I want to pose the following question to the EMS Foundation and the Wildland Institute. You'll pardon me, but I'm trying to raise it from our limited knowledge of climate emergency. The way in Parliament they've been in the forefront of declaring state of climate emergency, at least when the issue of climate emergency started becoming prominent in 2019. Then the issue that I want to get from the Wildland Institute is whether now nations are codifying climate emergency in their climate change laws. Or are you suggesting that it would be good for us to integrate this into our proposed climate change act? So that's the issue that I want you to talk on. Otherwise, we should be done. Let me hand over to you, Trevor, because I see your microphone is already on. Then Mr. Kalinen will come after you.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll try and respond to all the elements that were raised relevant to our presentation. On the first question as to whether we had input into the department's process, the Working on Fire program is conducted through the natural resource management part of the department, and we were not aware of the drafting or consulted in any respect around the climate change and fire during the drafting of the bill. In terms of the impact as we see it, Chair, as I've indicated, I think there's no question that we are going to be confronted by more of the risk, more of the danger, more of the damage. I think it's important that as we go forward, we actually learn from the 19 years lessons that we've accumulated. And in particular, the approach to developing an integrated fire management system, which covers the spectrum as we've given in our presentation. And this is being echoed by the UN, being echoed by international organizations. In fact, the Secretary General is even saying, spend more on the prevention side than the suppression, so you can try and get ahead of the curve. So I think it's important that we learn. I think very clearly we do not have the capacity to respond. And I will respond to Honorable Brian's thing. If you look at the tables that we presented on the major disaster fires, we had about 500 personnel at the NICE in the fire. So on average at these disaster fires, WAF prepares and presents about more than 70% of the boots on the ground. We have on average more than 40% of the vehicles on the ground. We often are the only aviation resource in the fire situation. So it is a real moment where we need to reflect on our preparation for the anticipated increase in wildland fire. And we need to learn from our past. So the integrated fire management model is something that's being propagated, it's being taught in SADC, it's been propagated internationally. And unfortunately, we don't seem to have that common understanding in our interaction with the department at the moment. In terms of a specific area, I believe the Working on Fire provides a useful platform. Our fire awareness, which as we gave from our presentation has reached more than 4 million people over here. These are firefighters who go into schools, who go into communities, and at the moment are educating them about fire risk. Surely that is a very, very usable platform for broadening it out into, management awareness and management of the risk of climate change in general, where obviously there's issues of floods and other activities that communities need to adapt to. As I said, we're celebrating 19 years of a program, but for the last 18 months has been bedeviled by contract uncertainty, litigation, etc. So that doesn't place us well in terms of preparing as a country for this particular disaster. I'd like to address myself now to the Honorable Mbata. I just want to clarify, Mbata, what those figures we gave. We said of our firefighters, we have always exceeded 30% women. In our management, 51% are women. And in that management, 60% of them are former firefighters. So in fact, they are moving up from firefighter level into management cadre. We also have a huge alumni association, people who've gone into SAPS, into SANDF, into municipal fire services, into the conservation agencies, and even into the private sector. In terms of the women, we have recruited, and part of the requirements for firefighting is fitness, both structural and the wildland firefighting. And when we say wildland fire, we refer to fires that affect our mountains, our fynbos area, our grasslands, our forests. So those are all the non-structural fires. So we've recruited that, and based on the fitness criteria, and we often exceed our 30% target. That is the highest in the world. And that's got to do with the product of, both, I think, legacy in terms of people's understanding. So we open it to all. And very often when we have openings, we say we're only going for women to fill these posts. but we don't actually get that amount of recruits. So it's a constant target that we push. We've reached up to 34% at one time. It fluctuates as we go on. And the age that we're dealing with, 18 to about 35, that's obviously the age where very often women have children, and that interrupts obviously the ability to engage in such a onerous kind of target. In terms of the prescribed burning, which is the burning that you rightly referred to, that is conducted during the winter season. So what is the objective of that burning? So that burning is intended to reduce the fire, the fuel load, and so that we don't have disaster fires, larger fires. So the more fuel you have, obviously the more intense the fire will be. Now, you're quite correct. Even in those prescribed burning, there are emissions. I mean, that's unavoidable if you have to use fire to make a break. We do have manual fuel load reduction, but the kind of areas we're talking about, we're talking on an annual basis about more than 500,000 hectares. It's not possible to hold all that area. So typically globally, and that's why the UN says, they said we must prioritize prescribed burning. And what that does, it reduces the fuel load and reduces further impact should the fire be burning in much more intense environments. So yes, it is a trade-off, if you like. We burn now and do give some emissions, but if we didn't do it, we were likely to have a much more costly fire, and certainly one that will emit much more emissions into the environment. Honorable Paulsen spoke about this resource challenge. I think that's a very real problem, Honorable Paulsen. As you know, many of our smaller municipalities, district municipalities are poorly resourced to do this. And the department's resources contributes about 30% to allowing aircraft and crew to be standing by. Depending on where the fires happen, whoever's property jurisdiction it is tend to then fund the cost of the actual firefighting. But we do have some initiatives. For example, the Provincial Disaster Management Centre in the Western Cape, they have embarked on a program where they pay for the first hour. And if you look at fires and their genesis, if you can catch it in the first hour, you're more likely to contain it. So that's been a very successful initiative where the funding bridge, if you like, is sort of bordered by the Provincial Disaster Management saying, look, we'll pay for the first hour. Don't sit with your calculator first before you call the aerial, call it in, and hopefully, you'll actually be able to curtail the spread of the fire. It's a very real challenge in terms of the costs in the country. And at the moment, the extent of our fleet has grown roughly in proportion what we see people are able to pay for, if you like. If this thing gets much more serious, I think it will call on government to look at that more creatively. When we have fires in our communities, we have in the past turned to the National Disaster Management. They had a protocol where we would go put out the fire and they would obviously reimburse the cost. We've also had a test case where we did in the Western Cape where we applied it to shack fires in informal settlements. And while, it obviously depends on the local fire authorities because that's their jurisdiction, we had some very successful results after a three-year study in that regard. Honorable Brian, yes, we do have tracking on the data. I trust the Secretary has copied to you about a 7-page report on those disaster fires that I mentioned early on. And that gives the details of the resources that were used, the hectareage lost, lives lost, properties lost, and even an estimate cost. So when I say that, we see disaster fires creeping up us, and it is with us already, we do have a record and we will be keeping a record. I also did mention that in that report that we've circulated to you, we did not even include the Harry Smith fire in 2016, where 4 lives were lost and 8 structures lost, and cattle and livestock was also lost in that fire. Honourable Chair, I think that I've answered all the questions. If not, please draw my attention to anything I'm missing on.
Okay. I should think you've managed to respond to the issues. Can I hand over to the Institute to also respond?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If I could start with Honourable Madise's questions. First was about what other measures besides mitigation and adaptation might we be talking about when we talk about climate change response. I think what's important here is that we broaden it beyond just cutting emissions and trying to adapt to the impacts to include looking at systemic problems. So, for example, we need to look at government policies and incentives and say, are we incentivizing any of the activity, for example, providing subsidies to any activities which make climate change worse? We need to look at the laws and say, is there anything in our legal system which is actually encouraging the activities which cause climate change? And we also need to look at the restoration of ecosystems. If we restore our ecosystems to their natural states, they will generally hold more carbon, sequestrated. And also, as you've heard in connection with the Mr. Abrams talking about fire prevention, if we employ people to clear aliens, that's also something which reduces the risk of fires, and at the same time restoring our ecosystems, which also helps biodiversity and creating jobs. So a lot of the responses that we're talking about are looking at how our civilization works and identifying the root causes. And those education is another example. Education is not necessary. It could be connected with mitigation or adaptation. But what we're really saying is that we need a positive vision for our society. We need to say, which addresses climate change and biodiversity loss and all of these other things together. And that positive vision is to seek to live harmoniously with nature or within nature. And in the process of implementing that vision or aiming at that vision, we will be able to address all these things. So there certainly are a number of other measures, particularly ecosystem restoration and looking at systemic issues in the legal system, the economic system, etc. But of course, the other question, which is very important, is how you take those measures, because there have been instances where, for example, I've been involved in cases in Eastern Europe where they incentivized small-scale hydroelectric power, and they ended up in damming a whole lot of wild rivers, which caused great biodiversity harm. So you have to be careful of how you do them, and that's why it's important to always look at the overall objective of harmonious coexistence. The second question was about whether we have any programs about educating people of that. The Wildlaw Institute is very small. There are only 2 employees, and we're focusing at the moment mainly on building a network throughout Africa and on various other projects. So we don't currently have the capacity for outreach and education on this, although I do give a lot of talks and etc. on these issues. But I know that the EMS Foundation does have social programs and is very active in that field. The third question was, how do we force companies like Sasol and maybe Eskom to take a stronger action here? My answer is, firstly, obviously, make sure that the existing laws are enforced. Secondly, I think these are entities, particularly organizations like Sasol, who have made huge amounts of money over many decades from activities which cause climate change and therefore cause impacts, negative social impacts and negative environmental impacts. So these are organizations with huge resources, and they really need to come to the party and play an active role in cleaning up some of the problems that they've caused. It may be, and ultimately the other point is, so we would expect the government to push them to take measures to transition to new business forms as quickly as possible, because essentially their current forms of business are incompatible with restoring climate stability. Both Eskom very reliant on coal, that has to change, and other fossil fuels, and Sasol the same. And it doesn't help moving to gas, that can be even worse. So essentially, I think both of those entities are fully aware of this, but they're under pressure to keep giving profits to their shareholders, etc. And the government needs to say that right now we're in such big trouble that there's nothing inherently wrong with making a profit, but some of that profit has to be spent on solving the problems that you guys created and made money from creating. So that can be done partially by directives from the government under existing environmental legislation. Then Honourable Paulson asked about the role of municipalities and the estimated cost to prepare municipalities. I'm afraid I don't have those numbers. I would anticipate that they would be very big numbers. But the only point that I would say is that if you look at, for example, what's happened in Durban, or situations where municipalities are affected by climate change impacts, the costs of not doing anything are going to be far higher than the costs of taking measures. So we might have to scratch around to find money, but it's worse if we do nothing, because it'll ultimately be far more costly. So in other words, the cost, from a cost-benefit analysis point of view, it's well worth spending money on climate change prevention and mitigation and other measures. Then Honourable Bryant talked about the issue of the economy. And unfortunately, it's very deeply ingrained in many people's thinking that the most important thing is the economy. And it's just not true. Life is more, the economy is very important, but life is more important. I've spent most of my life in the private sector and still am in the private sector. I'm not opposed to making profits, and I'm not saying that economic growth is unimportant. But what is very important is how you do it, because if you do it by destroying the basis for the economy, in other words, the environment, then you're doomed to failure. So I was recently in Brazil looking at the causes of the deforestation of the Amazon, and just to give an example, people there originally got permits from the government to harvest nuts from Brazil nut trees, but they ended up cutting down the Brazil nut trees hundreds of years old because the timber was valuable. So they made a lot of money in the short term, but in the long term, they destroyed the forest and created all kinds of other problems. So what we're saying is, by all means, try and increase economic activities, but not in a way that destroys the basis for all life. And even if we're talking about, Honourable Bryant touched on the fact we need investment, etc. If we look at South Africa, the most significant foreign direct investment being offered at the moment is to fund the transition of our energy sector. So it's not like we're trying to shut off investments. We're just saying you've got to invest in the right things, and the right things are in preserving a future for humanity, and the economy must come second to that. But it's not necessary to stop the economy. What's not necessary is to stop those activities that increase GDP by harming nature. In other words, spending the capital instead of living off the interest. And then the last question from Honourable Mutambo was about the question of a climate emergency. We have seen a situation where many countries in the world have declared climate emergencies. I've looked at some of that legislation. My feeling is that sometimes it's kind of grandstanding. It's trying to make a political point. But I think it's very important that this bill does recognize that there is a climate emergency and that it is in this legislation. And there are two important reasons for that. First of all, when something is an emergency, the kind of measures you take are different from when they're not an emergency. So if your house is not yet on fire, you can install firefighting equipment and buy extinguishers. Once your house is burning, you have to act very quickly, and you have to call the fire brigade and take other measures. So the first thing is you need to recognize that it's an emergency, and it's important that Parliament does that in legislation. And secondly, the question is urgency. Legal systems acknowledge that when things are an emergency, you may have to take very swift action, and this legislation should provide the tools to take that swift action when it's necessary. So yes, we definitely think that climate emergency must be part of this legislation. And then just to end off, there are other aspects For example, we believe in stronger enforcement, etc., as WWF said, and NRC. Those are dealt with in our written submissions, and I didn't deal with them all. But I hope I've answered all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cullinan, for such extensive feedback. Yeah. Do I have follow-ups, colleagues, on the two presentations? I'm trying to check if there's any follow-up. I know Honorable Phillips, she's so disadvantaged by the load shedding. She has sent me a message that it's tough. There's no network once there's load shedding. I want the comment from the department acting DDG, Ramaru. I find it very strange. And then the chief of staff for the office of the deputy minister, because I see the DDG Forestry, she's not here, will also deliver that message that we need to get feedback from her, DDG, that on this matter. Listening to the Working on Fire presentation, and then you recall I asked a question whether they were involved in the bills as they were processed by the department for both, because this is also coming now to the National Field and Forest Fire Bill. That's why I'm saying the chief of staff, the deputy minister's office, you need to get that response from Ms. Nodada for me. It is very strange to us, acting DDG Ramaru, that Working on Fire, that is receiving money from yourself as the department, was not involved in the drafting of these two bills. I'm referring to the current one we're dealing with, including the National Field and Forest Fire Act bill that we were dealing with. They were not involved. And from where I'm standing, I should believe I'm also speaking on behalf of the collective, the team. There's something wrong here, honestly, because we all know that Working on Fire is the implementing agent of the department in terms of fire management. Can I get an explanation, acting DDG Ramaru, why were they not involved? Because we're only seeing them now of late when we do the public hearings, like we've been doing the public hearings on the National Field and Forest Fire Bill. There are areas where they were able to deploy staff, and then they've been making inputs, which one believes at that stage, at the development of the bill, they could have done that. Can I get an explanation why? And then the chief of staff for the DM's office will ask Ms. Nodada to also give us an explanation and writing to that effect. Now that you are here, or you can respond to both, because I'm told you are leading the delegation, Mr. Ramar. I don't know. It's up to you. Over to you, Mr. Ramar.
Now, thank you, Chair, and thank you indeed for the question. Chair, for the one on forestry, I will defer it to DDG Nodada so that we can get some factual responses. But the one on climate change, Chair, we consulted extensively internally for the previous 4 years. And internally, Chair, we consulted through the various working groups that get representation from all the branches. We consulted through the MinTech, where all other entities participate in MinTech are invited to provide inputs, and all the way to MinMech. And even the branch that the Working for Fire engaged directly with, Chair, was part of the consultation process. Externally, Chair, we have gone to every province, have provincial workshops across all the 9 provinces, with all key stakeholders invited to make inputs, Chair. And this bill has been in the public domain for a very long time, be it through media, be it through the public participation notices and so forth. And I think, Chair, I will share your concern that if colleague Mr. Trevor saying that he was not aware of the bill for such an extensive period of time, this really seems to be a concern that I'm also concerned about, because it was extensively consulted upon and it was out there in the public domain. It was consulted within the internal structures, and it was consulted even extensively through the external stakeholders, of which I think they should have, in one or the other, have participated in. And I will also endeavor to look at the old record, Chair, and see if we will be able to access those provincial engagement reports to really check if they were not really participating in. But really, Chair, I share your concern, but this bill really has been out there for an extensive period of time. It will be really a serious concern if the Working for Fire are seeing this bill for the very first time as they are engaging now. It will be a real concern for us, Chair, as well. But we will try to do the verification, Chair, and be able to provide a response. Thank you, Chair.
You are saying you are not sure whether they were consulted or not. In essence, that's what you are saying.
Chair, what I can say is, because it was extensive stakeholder, I believe that they participated in some of the stakeholder engagement, and I would have to do a clear verification on that and revert, Chair. But the branch that they have direct engagement with this entity participated extensively through both the internal mechanism. So from that perspective, they were represented, Chair. But I also just want to check in terms of the provincial engagement on whether there are representations, their representatives were not there into the provincial workshop, Chair. But in terms of representation through the branch which they have direct engagement with, they were really represented, Chair. Thank you very much.
And you can submit minutes and dates, attendance register. That's what you're saying.
That's what we will be going back to the system and try and
You're
get.
not sure.
Chair, we will go into
You're
the
not
system.
Sure.
We
You know
will
what?
go into the system, Chair, and
You're
we
not
will.
responding to my question, Chief. You know what I'm trying to say.
We will
You are
retrieve
not-
the.
That's why I'm saying, maybe let's remind you of the decorum of the House, because I'll give Mr. What is his name? Mr. Abraham the right to respond. And I don't want us to go there. You know what I mean? The best thing maybe was to say you're going to verify because you're not sure about it. Then come back to us with the actual weather, because it came very clearly that they are seeing these things here for the first time. And my issue was that strange in the fact that they are an implementing agent. They are there. It's part of your stakeholders. Then you think the branch that deals with them is done with that. Then if I'm to say that, then give us the attendance registers. Will you be able to do that?
Yes, Chair.
I'm putting on the spot.
Yes, Chair. I will.
Mr. Abrams, you want to respond to this now?
Chair, I don't want to have a debate. I just want to be clear. It is not the first time we're seeing this bill. We did submit a written submission to the Portfolio Committee in June.
No, I'm showing to the department, not to the Portfolio Committee.
Yeah, no, I confirm that I as MD were never
Not
invited.
to the Portfolio Committee, Mr. Abrams, because you are an implementing agent of the department. That was the spirit of my question. You know why I'm raising this? Maybe you'll understand it. Because these are the things that could have been incorporated in the bill prior to it being brought to us in Parliament to minimize this work that we are doing now. Because you are seated there, you are resident there, you are an implementing agent of the department. We did the same thing with the presidential climate change. This question we asked them because they are part of the executive. You know what I'm saying? Though you are an independent organization, but you are an implementing agent. When they talk about stakeholders, you are part of that. That's the rationale behind this question. So the committee have done submission. I meant to the department, Mr. Abrams. That's the question that is all about.
Chair, we were never consulted by the branch on this matter. Thank you.
But you heard Mr. Ramaru saying you were consulted. It's an easy thing of records that can be submitted. You hear, Mr. Ramaru? Agreed.
Yes, Chair, we will retrieve the record. The branch that the entity report directly to was really part of the internal consultation process. We will retrieve the record and submit to you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, it's fine. Who's next? Eskom, in terms of the program. Yeah, it's Eskom. Are you ready? Who's presenting on behalf of Eskom?
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair. It's Gina Downs from Eskom. I'll be presenting.
Downs. That's how we pronounce Downs. Ne? I didn't want to mess up your surname. Okay, over to you, Ms. Downs.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Honourable Chair and the Honourable Committee members. I would like to introduce two of my colleagues that have also joined to support, and that is the General Manager for Risk and Sustainability Division of Eskom, as well as the Senior Manager in the Climate Change and Sustainable Development Department, Ms. Gabby Mkwachwa. So both of my colleagues are online. I'm going to share my screen. And hopefully I can turn this into presentation mode. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I trust everyone can see and hear me, and someone will interrupt if I'm not audible or if it's not visible. We have, in fact, submitted comments on the bill previously, and we welcome this opportunity just to highlight some of the key issues. I do feel that it is important that we establish that Eskom has a strong engagement on climate change, strong history of engagement on climate change issues. There is a tendency sometimes to think of people as polluters or non-polluters, and to have this very binary conversation about guilty and not guilty. We are all affected by climate change. Eskom is well aware of the seriousness of the situation, and at the same time we have a mandate to supply electricity to the country. An issue that we are also trying to maintain our operational integrity. And as we navigate the space, I thought it important to highlight that we do have this history of engaging on climate change. Our CO2 emissions, we reported them voluntary as far as back as 1994, whereas the mandatory greenhouse gas reporting regulations only came into play in 2017. And our emissions have declined from a peak in the 2014 financial year, from a high of 233 million tonnes a year down to 206.8 million tonnes in 2021. And so too has our share of the national greenhouse gas emissions declined. Back in 2010, we were probably about 45% of the country's greenhouse gas emissions. And if we go by the latest draft inventory, we're down to around 38%. So that is a trend that we are obviously hoping to continue. We have previously engaged with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We've contributed as lead authors and reviewers. We've had a climate change strategy in place since 2005, and this has evolved over the years. Most recently, it has really, it was the seed of the Just Energy Roadmap. for Eskom. So historically we've contributed data. There's been a lot of discussion about transparency and disclosure, and Eskom has participated quite willingly in numerous CFFE studies, the inventories, the grid emission factor studies, and recently we've supported connecting suppliers for the tier 2 studies. We have had representation on the South African delegation on climate change, especially on the adaptation and the markets working groups. And we've been a responsive stakeholder in the evolving legislation process, including submitting a CO2 limit into the integrated resource planning process as far back as IRP 2010. And this was the first time that you could see a change in the business as usual trajectory of simply constructing more and more new coal-fired power stations. And it is in fact that IRP 2010 that gave birth to the whole REAP process, for which South Africa is widely acclaimed. We've been a voluntary participant in the department's pilot carbon budgets. The first period ran from 2016 to 2020 and has been extended for 2021 and 2022. And we comply with all the current legislation in terms of the reporting, the pollution prevention plans, and our carbon tax submissions. Some people think that we're exempt from the carbon tax. Technically, that is not true. We are currently in phase 1 allowed a deduction, which nullifies the final carbon tax payable for now. We've made extensive voluntary disclosures in our integrated report with our annual results, as well as supplementary reports, the Eskom factor, and our sustainability reporting last year. And we have championed the just energy transition for South Africa because we understand that this is a challenge that we need to respond to. The energy transition is happening globally, and it needs to be well managed in order to have the positive social outcomes that people hope for at the same time. So just talking about this current climate change bill, we've been tracking it since 2016. We've submitted our comments. We have followed the process through NEDLAC, and we are very much in support of the climate change bill, and we support the speedy processing thereof. It will add a lot of clarity. There are a lot of climate change initiatives at all levels of government, and it will add a lot of integration and clarity on roles as far as we can see. So the reason we still have a couple of issues, the one is something that we haven't focused on previously, and that was something that's been raised by a lot of the stakeholders more recently, the issue of capacity building in place, particularly at a municipal level. So I just think reflecting on Eskom's experience when we've commenced with our adaptation planning as far back as 2013, it takes a lot of time and directed effort to ensure that the awareness and the capacity is built, because you are crossing disciplines here. It is not just an issue of it's not a discussion that you hold necessarily within the environmental fraternity. It has to be a discussion that you cross the boundaries and you have these conversations with the engineering and the financial fraternities as well. They need to internalize what those climate change projections mean in order to effectively include those actionable items into planning. So our concern, I guess, is looking back at how long it has taken us to get to a point where it's starting to be integrated throughout our processes, and the expectation in the bill that the climate change response implementation plans in section 15(1)(d) are expected to be generated within 2 years by the district, metropolitan municipalities, and at every province. So that is a big capacity building initiative that needs to accompany that expectation, or there will be a risk of non-delivery. At the same time, we also did note that the climate change response plans must include measures or programs relating to both adaptation and mitigation in line with the constitutional mandate of the province, metropolitan or district municipality. And here we think for clarity, there should be a specific clause that excludes entities that have already been given a carbon budget and submitted a pollution prevention plan to the national department so that there are no conflicting messages coming through. The other issue that we still wanted to raise, and that is this issue of penalties for exceeding carbon budgets. Many stakeholders have raised it. So I think if you haven't been following all the negotiations all along since the carbon tax discussions commenced also in 2010, some of the detail might have eluded this conversation. So I think it's important, going back to the Carbon Tax Act, when it was introduced into Parliament and became effective in 2019, all of these discussions have supported the idea that the two instruments would be integrated in principle. We fully support the integration of those two instruments, that emitters should pay a higher tax on emissions that exceed their budget. The reason that this seems to be an issue with the current version of the bill is that I believe the state law advisors indicated that it was a constitutional issue, that the climate change bill cannot dictate to the money bills which come out of National Treasury. At the same time, National Treasury cannot change the current Carbon Tax Act until they can refer to a climate change act that has come into force. So although it creates the impression, the lack of clauses in this current version creates the impression that there is no enforcement planned for companies that exceed their carbon budgets. It's simply a matter of timing. National Treasury, as recently as the Minister's budget speech in February, as recently, and in the annexes to that discussion, have indicated that they are fully ready to implement what has been agreed. And as soon as the climate change is enacted, the carbon tax can be amended accordingly. So our concern is that in the meantime, stakeholders are calling for the introduction of penalties as contemplated in Section 49B2 of NEMA. And this could lead to inappropriate, in our opinion, criminal sanctions on companies. And there are two reasons why we think that this could be inappropriate. This climate change bill is giving effect to our domestic obligations, and it should guide our actions as we move towards the national aspiration of net zero by 2050. But the fact of the matter is, as we move to net zero, inevitably the carbon budgets that are awarded to companies will contract. That's the whole theory and expectation and purpose of those. But the International Energy Agency recently published a report on net zero by 2050, a roadmap for the global energy sector. And they clearly state that half the technology to reach net zero has not yet been invented. So I do think that it would be inappropriate to already include for penalties in situations where targets that are needed to be met for climate change reasons simply cannot be met in practice. This is an evolving space. These things will change, and there is another side to this argument, you'll see. For now, the second reason why perhaps a criminal sanctions would not be suitable is that there's a multi-stakeholder involvement. You've heard other people presenting, saying everybody must do their share, that it needs a fundamental shift in how we operate as a society. And really, even for us, we have highlighted that just to accelerate the jet between now and early 2023, we do need the support of multiple stakeholders, decisions that different national departments need to take. So it's not only that the technology is still required and that it requires multiple action and coordination. But certainly a tax, we think, is really going to be more effective. And the reason we say that is because there is a level of certainty and a pervasiveness and consequences associated with the tax. Benjamin Franklin, back in 1789, I think he's often quoted, nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes. So one thing we are sure about is that the South African Revenue Service will come for their share. A carbon price can be integrated into existing financial systems. When you look at projects and you try to calculate returns on investments, when you look at liabilities and opportunities, it is very easy when you can put a financial value to that and include it in your calculations. It provides investors with useful information. It provides concrete signals for decisions in investments. And it's not small money that we are discussing. I think WWF did highlight that penalties could be, according to NEMA, in the order of 10 million Rand fine. The amounts that we're talking about for the carbon tax are substantial. We had previously projected that our carbon tax liability would be over 10 billion Rand per year after phase one. The current amendment in the Tax Law Administration Bill of proposing that the carbon price rise to $20 by 2025 would double that, and to $30 by 2030 would triple that. So it's not insignificant amount of money, and it probably is the kind of money that is required to turn things around and change things and get the whole economy moving in the right direction. The fact that everybody faces the carbon price means everybody factors this into their decision making. Nobody can, it's not just one person's problem over there that they might get caught. It's something that will happen. You will pay the tax, and you do factor that into your decision making. The inherent flexibility for us through National Treasury is that they do have an ability to pull some levers depending on the state of the economy. We talk right now about the energy crisis, where we saw more recently that the tax on the petrol was reduced temporarily to allow people a little bit of room to breathe. National Treasury has the flexibility to administer certain levers when the going gets tough and if it's necessary. But our National Treasury has also shown themselves to be extremely principled when it comes to how they are going to apply this carbon tax. So it's not letting people off the hook. I do believe that flexibility is useful in the face of international developments. As some parties come to the table, the talk about us striving for 2 degrees, well below 2 degrees, and everything we can to achieve 1.5 degrees. It does need global cooperation. It needs all the parties to come to the table. And this gives us the flexibility to tailor our response to other people also participating. I think one of the questions was around climate finance. And the developed countries have committed to $100 billion per year from 2020. That hasn't been achieved as yet. South Africa, with our revised nationally determined contribution, have proposed a range for us, for our targets for 2030 of between 420 and 350. And the modeling has shown that we should be able to achieve the 420 with our own resources. That is consistent with the 2 degree path, but we need international assistance to get to the bottom of that range, the 350, and that would be consistent with a 1.5 degree path. So definitely an integrated instrument like this provides the right signal, but also with some flexibility for National Treasury to tailor our responses. So in conclusion, we have followed this bill since 2016. We have commented and we strongly support the positions of both COSATU. We also heard from WWF that this bill should be processed as speedily as possible. We do have a concern that there's currently not sufficient capacity at the municipal level, and we would like to see proposals for initiatives to build that capacity to ensure that those climate change response implementation plans can be delivered timelessly. The current call for NEMA penalties and therefore criminal sanctions to be applied to carbon budgets, we think is understandable because of the violence in the current bill, but we think it's premature given that we simply need the bill to be passed so that the Carbon Tax Act can be amended. And that integrating the carbon budgets with a carbon tax is going to be the most effective instrument in driving strategic decision-making across all stakeholders. Thank you for your time, Chair. I'm not sure what I'm doing here.
You are on a conclusion slide. At some point when you're quiet, I thought you're done.
I am done. Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to get back to my Zoom screen.
And you're done, eh?
Yes, thank you so much.
You're debating to remove it from the screen?
Yes, I will remove it as soon as possible.
So that will allow us all to load theirs, please.
Thank you, Chair. Shall I maybe try to see if I can share my screen?
If you can share yours in the meantime.
Yeah, maybe that'll work. As Gina, will just take over.
Try it, but it's the same screen. I wonder how you're going to do it. Just try it.
Chair, unfortunately, it says the host has disabled my participant screen sharing.
This one must first go the ESCOM one on the screen. It's a pit.
Maybe
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you are making the presentation yourself?
That is correct.
Then WWF is sharing for you. I see.
I see. I'm going to try and see.
Now you're good. Yeah, it's out now. I think you'll be able to share it now.
Okay, there we go. Share. Let me see if this works. Can you see my screen share?
Yeah, there we go. You can proceed.
Okay, let me just share this. Is that good, Chair?
Yes, it is.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, thank you for the time, Chair. I'd like to just say good afternoon to the Portfolio Committee members, the honourable members. My name is Shamini Harrington, and I'll be doing the presentation today on behalf of SASL. I'd like to maybe first start off by saying that SASL is very much supportive of the climate change bill. We have also been very much engaged in the process from as early as 2016 as well. And we've been providing comments to the department. The comments I'm going to share today is really about strengthening the bill. And we are also very much supportive of speedy enactment of this bill. We do think it's critically important in order to have a framework legislation that guides our climate change management in the country. So with that said, Chair, I'd like to then just maybe take a few minutes to speak about SASL and our targets and what we are looking to achieve in terms of our decarbonisation. So first and foremost, I mean, SASL is a strong contributor to the South African economy. We have a turnover of about 276 billion, market capitalization of 234 billion, all of which is directed to then providing a social investment portfolio in the country, as well as job creation and contribution to the economy and the fiscus. We also last year released our future SASL strategy, and there's been a lot of talk about SASL, decarbonizing. We're very much in the space of decarbonizing. We are committed to it, and we are also acting to decarbonize. The company adopted net zero last year, and we are aiming for this by 2050. We also updated our greenhouse gas targets, interim targets by 2030, and we are aiming for a 30% reduction by 2030. That equates to a 19 million ton reduction. This is over and above reductions we've already achieved since as early as 2004. So together we are looking at a substantial reduction of our emissions by 2030 and even more so by 2050 to get to net zero. We've also committed to a 15 to 25 billion decarbonization roadmap, and we are looking to self-fund our decarbonization through initiatives focused on energy efficiency. I recall one of the honorable members early on requested, we look at energy efficiency as well. I concur. This is very much an important lever to pull, especially when you're looking at existing infrastructure. So we are looking at further energy efficiency, of course, large-scale renewable energy integration. We do see the need for some gas, transition gas, to get us to where we need to be. And of course, then we are looking at green hydrogen as a long-term feedstock for our operations to contribute positively to the just transition, as well as meeting our decarbonization ambitions. In addition to decarbonizing, we also believe it's critically important that we also focus on building low carbon sectors. Through the use of green hydrogen with our FT processes, we would be able to then contribute to the development of a green hydrogen economy in South Africa, an economy very much needed for hard to abate sectors like our own, as well as aviation, transportation broadly, as well as cement and iron and steel. These are critically important sectors, and we have some low carbon projects that we are also kicking off. So while green hydrogen is still quite expensive as a technology to do today, we need to unlock the space. And so Sasol is playing an active role in doing that through strategic catalytic projects focused on Bukubai, which is an area in the Northern Cape that we are trying to unlock in terms of getting green hydrogen off the ground for export into the market. So again, looking at how to reindustrialize and grow the South African economy, with job creation being a critical component of that. So in terms of our action to decarbonize, like I said, we're focusing on 4 key pillars in the short to medium term. The first one being renewable energy. We are committed to 1.2 gigawatts of renewable power by 2030, and we're quite close to concluding those power purchase agreements for more than 600 megawatts into our facility by 2025. We have more than 5 projects awaiting regulatory approval for solar and wind, and we see the combination of both of these quite complementary and important to decarbonize, so not just focusing on one opportunity there. In terms of transition gas, and I say transition gas, and it is a transition fuel to bridge the gap between moving from coal to green hydrogen, which I did mention was very costly at the moment. But of course, as Sasol, we're a large consumer of coal, and we need to move away from that and wean our way out of the coal. We utilize about 40 million tons of coal, which is quite substantial. And we want to bring in some gas to then bridge that gap to get some reductions. We are not looking at gas to power, although there might be a need for that in terms of peaking in the electricity sector. We do see it as a critical feedstock for our operations. And this is where we are focusing on, is utilizing gas. And even on a value chain emissions profile, we do still see a benefit on using gas, which is a fossil fuel still, and we recognize that. And we do see that it needs to be implemented in a transition way and in incremental amounts. We are looking at about 40 to 60 petajoules. And we're looking at this from about 2026 onwards. We are also looking at optionality related to gas, and we want to be able to do this in small amounts so that we ultimately can then move to low carbon opportunities such as green hydrogen quickly. So we're not looking at going to big gas at all. That is not what we're doing. We're looking at small amounts of gas to move us to green hydrogen. The other key thing that I did mention is low carbon enablers. And because green hydrogen is so costly right now, we need to prove the concept. We need to demonstrate it. We need to demonstrate that we can produce green hydrogen. Right now, Sasol is the largest producer of gray hydrogen. We produce about 2.5 million tons of green hydrogen. So we know how to do this. And we want to be able to now prove that using renewable energy and electrolysis, that we can produce green hydrogen. And we've got a project in Sasolburg using existing electrolyzers to actually get us to do this by end of the calendar year next year. So this is a big opportunity for us to demonstrate that, number one, that Sasol can be able to do this using our existing infrastructure, but also that the country can actually do this and play in markets like the EU and the US, which is incentivizing quite a bit of green hydrogen production, as well as sustainable aviation fuels, which is then one of the products you can produce from using green hydrogen. We are also looking at a greening our Natre facility, and we are looking at a green hybrid refinery concept that we are developing. We are also looking at converting parts of our Secunda operations in a sustainable manner by introducing green hydrogen to produce sustainable aviation fuels. And we want to be able to play in the market in Germany specifically through a H2 global auction, where the German government is actually looking to subsidize the production of these very expensive fuels right now through product premiums. And we want to be able to do this. We want to again prove the concept and utilize some of our existing infrastructure in Secunda to move to a concept of larger introduction of green hydrogen to really change the configuration of Secunda and really get to a point of hopefully zero scope 1 and 2 emissions, which is really the ideal state that we move into. So as you can see, Sasol is very much on the page of decarbonizing and maximizing and harnessing the opportunities that climate action does present. But we are cognizant that a number of these things take time to do. Yes, there's a climate emergency and we need to act, and we are certainly doing so, but there's also a need to do this in an orderly fashion to ensure we have a just transition and we enable just and equitable transition as we move. That we do this, we grow sectors that can absorb jobs, and that we reskill and redeploy the impacted areas, communities, and employees to move into sectors that are really meaningful into the future and can really offer quality jobs. We are also looking at a fine coal solution, and one might ask, why is this important? So Sasol has been utilizing coal for our production of fuels. And in the mining of coal, we actually have fine and coarse coal. And we then put in place our utility process to deal with the fine coal, which is an inevitable byproduct of needing the coarse coal when you mine. And so when we now start taking down boilers or turning down our boilers in order to meet our 2030 target, we need a solution for the fine coal. And we're now looking at opportunities around this. We actually have a technology ready, briquetting that can deal with this. And hopefully through that process, we then have a solution to take down our boilers. And in doing so, we can reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, but also our air quality emissions. And lastly, we are looking at the just transition. And of course, this is a critically important issue. We're developing a just transition roadmap. We've set up a just transition office to look at this so that as we decarbonize, we do this in an orderly fashion and we deal with the sort of movement of people from the sectors of mining and the areas that are impacted by the decarbonization to areas that can generate jobs and income into the future. And we're looking to grow this. Like I mentioned, looking at green hydrogen as a huge opportunity, but we're also looking at diverting programs that we have already. So we've moved our bursary scheme to skills of the future, aligned to future Sasol. We are looking at opportunities to utilize mined land for agricultural purposes and grow jobs in that way. So we're certainly thinking about the broad spectrum of opportunities and interventions to move us from where we are today to a future that is aligned with net zero. So significant progress is being made to get to our 30% reduction as well as net zero by 2050. So this is just a very quick snapshot of what Secunda could look like into the future. Today, we produce a significant amount of greenhouse gases. That is not where we want to be. And what's interesting is that the technology we have, Fischer-Tropsch, is very much sought after in terms of the aviation sector and developing sustainable fuels and chemicals. And we have the know-how, we have the understanding in country, we have the assets, we have the engineers and the workforce that are very much sought after to be able to do this. So the configuration of Secunda can very much change so long as we have the feedstocks that are sustainable in order for us to see this change. We are looking at biomass, we are looking at direct air capture, very costly today, but definitely an opportunity into the future. We are looking at renewables, and we'll need far more renewables than the 1.2 that we actually mentioned to decarbonize. We are actually looking to stimulate that sector, to grow jobs, to look at manufacturing hubs, but really to get to large-scale renewables in the country, up to 30 to 40 gigawatts. to be able to do this. We want to use our FT processes, and we want to process using renewables and green hydrogen and electrolysis to produce sustainable aviation fuels. And we want to do this in an orderly fashion, stepwise integration to get us to a point of 100% sustainable fuels by 2050. This will take time. However, it is certainly doable, and there is a cost advantage and a competitive advantage for the country, as well as for Sasol to play in this space. Like I said, our vision is envisaging zero scope 1 and 2 emissions with a new low carbon compatible product slate moving to 2050. This, of course, requires time, investment, as was mentioned by Honorable Bryant earlier on, and we need to also recognize that cost curves are very high at the moment. We need to move this down, and hence Sasol's not sitting back and waiting for this to happen. We're playing an active role to unlock the space, but again, it takes time. And that said, we are still reducing emissions, which is why we need the gas, we need the renewable energy to come in while we wait for these technologies to become viable. Okay, so just transitioning in terms of our feedstock, again, as I mentioned, we are a large consumer of coal. Over time, we see gas coming in very small quantities, and then, of course, moving to green hydrogen and sustainable feedstocks. And that's how we see the change happening. Of course, this picture is not static. We do see that opportunity to pivot quite quickly. We've set up flexibility in terms of our strategy. We're not going sort of gung-ho with feedstocks that lock us in and have infrastructure lock-in. We are looking at opportunities to pivot as soon as these technologies become viable, because it is a competitive advantage and a huge opportunity for the country. We are tracking signposts like regulation, technology costs, macro trends. We also must be cognizant that energy security right now is a challenge globally. So all of these things play an important role in how we set up policy, and we need an enabling policy. And that's why it comes to my point that I raised earlier. The climate change bill gives certainty. It really creates the overarching framework against which all of us can move towards a common vision. We support net zero, we support this being enshrined within the policy, and we support that we move to a speedy enactment of this policy. So with that said, we do believe there's 4 areas in the bill that still remains despite some engagement that took place previous to the bill coming to Parliament. And these areas remain because there was not agreement, but also because of the issue that Gina had mentioned when she spoke about in terms of the state law advisor. So that brings me to the first key issue that we believe that can strengthen this bill. We need to recognize that there is enforcement for the carbon budget. We support that a carbon tax or an administrative penalty be applied on the carbon budget. This has been always reflected in the bill. It has only been taken out because of the challenge related to money bills and the fact that one can't mention that right now in a climate change bill and vice versa. It's almost like a chicken and egg situation. However, we believe this is only timing. We do not support criminalization of the carbon budgets for all of the reasons that Eskom had raised. This is a bit of a challenge right now, given where we are. Carbon budgets need to be in place. Greenhouse gas emissions need to be regulated, but it is not a criminal activity. And companies should be able to recognize and see whether mitigation potential is available before they actually then become criminals because of this, and they aren't able to meet the carbon budget. So we need to recognize that a carbon budget is set, but sometimes mitigation potential does not allow us to be able to achieve the budget, and then some companies might choose to actually then have the carbon tax penalty apply, or might be forced to because that technology is not available. These things must be enshrined and must be allowed that the company can decide for themselves. And this is an important flexibility that needs to be built in. We cannot have criminalization applying for a carbon budget. The other key issue is that we believe that the bill does not sufficiently differentiate between sectoral emission targets, which is applied to government entities, and carbon budgets to corporate entities. We believe that these two instruments need to dovetail and there shouldn't be double penalties. So it needs to be clearly referenced in the bill that you have that separation, but that they are both working in tandem to achieve the overall NDC and drive us to a reduced emissions profile for the country. The third issue we believe that needs to also come through is that recognition for mitigation potential is not sufficiently pulled through in terms of how carbon budgets are going to be allocated. For exactly the reason that I mentioned earlier on in terms of our own decarbonization, green hydrogen, a key enabler for Sasol to decarbonize, is not currently cost effective or available at scale. These kinds of opportunities really hinder the ability for some companies to be able to decarbonize. And this is applicable across the board. Various sectors are hard to abate sectors, and technology just doesn't exist. This must be recognized in terms of how we decarbonize. Some of these sectors are still critically important for the economy. It, number one, creates jobs. Number two, it contributes positively to the production of certain products that are needed. And we need to recognize that in limiting some of the production in a way that might impede us would not be in the best interests of the country. So mitigation potential is a critical enabler and must be referenced in the bill more strongly. And then lastly, alignment with the carbon tax. The carbon budget, we believe, needs to be aligned with all instruments that drive towards a decarbonized future. We need carbon taxes, we need carbon budgets, we also need incentives. So ultimately what we see is the need for a holistic, integrated mitigation system that drives the decarbonization of the economy. We see this coming through very strongly in Europe, in the US, with their recently promulgated Inflation Reduction Act, where there needs to be incentives, both positive and negative incentives, that drive the economy towards decarbonization. There are some of this in South Africa, but not as is needed to unlock some of these opportunities. We heard mentioned by many speakers about a green fund. That's certainly needed. We need to think about tax breaks. We need to think about carbon taxes. We need to think about carbon budgets, all working towards an integrated fashion to get to a decarbonized future environment that is still a thriving South Africa that contributes to poverty alleviation, economic development, and equality in the country. So these are critically important, and I do believe that if these things are addressed, it will strongly bring through a stronger climate change bill for the country and a strengthened climate change management approach for the country. So maybe if I can recap some of the recommendations that Sasol is putting forward. As you can see, just 4 key issues that we have, given the fact that a lot of our issues have in fact already been incorporated through the processes that have been run by the department. The first one being the need for an administrative penalty to be brought through into the bill that clearly indicates it's a carbon tax penalty without criminalization for the carbon budget, supported by positive incentives that drive us into an integrated way towards a decarbonized future that supports crowding in private capital and movement towards a low carbon future. We need an enabling provision that ensures the development of a holistic integrated mitigation system. We are supportive of carbon pricing to enable mitigation and a just transition. We believe that an enabling provision must be also added in that differentiates between sector emission targets and carbon budgets, but really does align the two so there's no double and triple penalties coming through for companies. We need to be very clear that corporates need carbon budgets. Once those are set, that become the mechanism against which we drive. And if any other regulations come through, it needs to be driven with the intent of meeting the carbon budgets that are put forward and have been set for these corporates. The last point I'd like to raise is the specific criteria for when allocating the carbon budgets and sets is mitigation potential, and the recognition that this must come through quite strongly. This has been set up through the process that the Department of Environmental Affairs has put in place, looking at how to develop mitigation potential into the future. It's called the Mitigation Potential Analysis, and this must feature quite strongly in terms of how carbon budgets are allocated. Chair, I'd like to lastly conclude by saying our just transition is a shared value proposition, and it is looking at an inclusive transformation of our business for the benefit of society. We really are committed to decarbonization, and that is really not in question. And please see the comments we've raised is just in an effort to strengthen the bill and strengthen the climate change management response. I thank you, Chair, and I would like to say that we would avail ourselves to really go through any of these details if this is so warranted by the committee. Thank you for the time. I'd like to hand back to you for some questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Harrington. As you are removing the...
I'm trying as well, I must be honest. I'm having the same challenge. Maybe someone can help me by sharing as well.
To remove it.
Oh, there we go. Okay, it's done. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Rila is an expert here on these things. Okay, colleagues.